巡り巡る星の輪に僕の未来願いすべて託す夢の途切れ間に揺らいだ朝焼け冷えたわけじゃない輝き見据えて熱を持つ体抱えて走れば昨日までのよどんだ目にさよなら立ち向かう勇気などなくても
Hey, you should be able to hear me now. What was I saying? The music's distracting me already because I really love Dua Lipa. Okay. Turn that down. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in. Yeah, what do you want to work on? Wait, there's lore in the bid? What are you talking about? Welcome in, everyone. Heck yeah. Sorry, I was like rushing really fast to make this drink. What's this drink, you ask? I hate when you guys tie the results. I just, What was the point? I gotta just stop asking you guys questions. I'll just decide on it myself. That's right, we are doing Rogue Energy. If you guys would like some Rogue Energy too, they just restocked some of the old 1.0 drinks. If anyone had been drinking Rogue Energy a while back, they restocked some of the old formulas, which means they have some of the old drinks, flavors and stuff. Heck yay! I don't know what to do. I guess I'm gonna fix the announcements because it's just the first one on the list, and I don't know. Why do you guys... No, how about you guys answer me? How come you guys always tie the poll? Anytime we have a poll, you guys always tie it. Always. Always. Welcome in, Oz, Mika, Anna, Manbear. Hello. Yee. The yes, it is important. It is important. Actually, you know what's funny about that one? And I think one or two other scenes from the intro. Hi, Miso. It is, there are 2 or 3, I don't remember how many, cutscenes from a cutscene that hasn't been released yet because it's still being edited. So it's you know how sometimes openings, they show like stuff that's supposed to happen later in the show, like in that season that the opening's for? That's basically what it is. It's like little spoilers without you guys knowing what it is. So there's that. You know what? Actually, can I see something? I have not sent a message to my editor about the cutscene. I haven't done that yet, and I said I was gonna, and I have not. So maybe I'll do that first, and then we'll work on fixing the announcements. Darn it, guys. I just want to know. I just want to know why you guys tie the poll every time. Okay, first things first. What was I going to do? Oh, I was going to check my Google Drive just to triple check they didn't, like, put it into the Google Drive and then not tell me that it was finished. And I'm like, oh, I had it this whole time. Let me double check, because I would feel like I'd feel like a bing bong, you know what I mean? If that were the case. Folders. I don't remember the name of the folder. Is this one? Let me triple check. I don't think so. No, because it would be right here. Alright, no, okay. I just wanted to double check that it wasn't. Okay, let me send them a message real quick. See, here's the thing though. Hi, Lifeless. Here's the thing. They had offered to edit it for free, and I am very, very thankful. And mainly because of that, I feel really awkward sending them a message like, hey, is it done yet? Ooh woo, you know, like, is it done? And, you know, because it would be like, they're doing it for free. They're not getting paid or anything for it, so I don't know if it's fair for me to ask that. Welcome in, Takey. How you doing? I want to ask. I'll ask, but I gotta ask in a specific way that doesn't sound weird. Like, let me see. How do I want to word this? Hey yo, just wanted to check in with the cutscene. No rush. Of course. Ooh woo. Does that sound bad to ask? Let me put some emojis in there so it doesn't sound wonk. Let me add a waving emoji or emote. Welcome in, Paul. You good? What about you? I'm good. I'm just nervously messaging someone. All right, I have sent them the message. Okay, I have sent them the message. We're gonna work on our announcements this morning. So, what does that mean? I gotta open the thing for it. Sounds very uwu. Thank you. I tried my best to make it uwu. Hi, Jack. I love that one so much. I love it so much. Shibaya did such a good job. So, I need to make an announcement for the cystic from... Oh, no, I'm doing it again. Cystic fibrosis charity stream we have next week. Drinking. Oh, it's pretty late here. If you look at the top left of the stream, or you type ! time, you can see what time it is for my time zone. If you do have to go sleep, Tanky, I hecka appreciate you being here. I completely understand, though. I have such a hard time. I don't know how you guys do it. Or some of you, anyway, are able to stay up until, like, freaking after midnight. Maybe I'm just getting older. I don't know. But I only stay up until, like... I only stay up until, like... maybe 11, and then I get tired. All right, this is the announcements we're working on right now. Really quick, while we're just chatting and hanging out. Oh, Takey, no, it's very kind of you. Thank you. Thank you. Isn't it cute? You should, Shemaya does gremlin models. I actually contacted... Wait, I don't know if I talked to Shemaya about it, though. I wanted to get a gremlin model, but I was looking at it and I was like, I don't think this is, it's not even that it's like hella expensive, but it's out of all of the other assets that I currently have and assets that I have to get, I was like, I think this is a little out of my budget. And that made me so sad because I was like, it's so cute. It is so cute. If I'm not mistaken, I can probably pull it up. If you guys want to check out, let me close that. If you guys want to check out the Gremlin model, I also don't think I don't think Shemaya has her commissions open right now either. But if you want to just take a sneaky peeky, it is over. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, it might be gone. She might have... Oh, no, it's right here. Here you go. If you want to... Again, it's waitlist right now. So if you want to check out Shemaya's commissions, they're over there. But if you scroll down... If you click on... I think it's in Live 2D. Yeah, she has her Gremlin model commissions at the bottom of this page. If you guys want to take this sneaky peeky. It's definitely... It's after they give it a shout out. It's definitely worth it. I just, like I said, out of all of the... I would have to do another freaking fundraiser if I wanted it. And I don't think I'm not going to do that to you guys. We already had the birthday donut-thon. We had last week's charity stream. We have next week's charity stream. I will not do that to you guys. If I do get that, I'm going to work really hard to raise the funds for that. Oh, Catter tier. Catter tier. And by raise the funds, I meant do commissions, but... My brain derped. Oh no, I think I broke. I really gotta figure out how to fix. My raid is still broken. No. No. We gotta fix. Maybe that's what we'll do this morning. And on top of the announcements. Let's see. Catertier, this is for you. Sorry that it was broken. How was your stream though? How did it go? Here you go. Oh gosh. Hello Raiders, I'm your headmistress. Sorry, I've completely derped. And I do art animation! Thank you so much for the raid, Catertier. No, I'm sorry to hear your internet. Oh, that's beans. I hate when internet problems arise. That's the worst. Well, I hope you were able to have a good stream for as long as you were able to. I hope. But I'm really sorry to hear about the bad internet. If you do have to go because of the internet issues, and especially if you have, I would not want you to stay here on phone if you're like paying for data and stuff. But I really, really appreciate you coming through at least for the raid and everything. Heck yeah. And I hope it was as good as it could be in the meantime. I forgot to turn the music back on. Yeah, I don't know why my raid response is broken. Like, I have an idea why it broke. But it should work now, is the thing. And it doesn't. Why doesn't this work? Oh, wait, you know what? Let me check something else. It's supposed to work on a Twitch raid. The trigger is correct. What else do I have? Edit commands. I don't know what's up. It was working perfectly fine until I freaking changed around the name of the scene name. Ugh. Hi, Gray. Welcome in. How's it for the phone while you try to fix? Oh, good luck. Good heckin' luck with the fix. Yeah. And thank you for the shout out to Cather Deer. LPG you. Hi, Marine Boy. Sudden burst of energy? Aw. Yeah. Sorry, I'm looking around. All right. Let me close this down. But yeah, I really want to work on this announcement. And I want to fix that. I'm trying to think what it might. Okay, well I know I broke this. So let me fix this real quick. It should be working though. Maybe it wasn't working. No, but it works when I hit run. That's the weirdest thing. I'm gonna test it out again. Hold on. If I hit run, And now, okay, the raid response is running, so you're about to see it. We did not get a raid, you're about to see it because I'm testing it out. But if I hit run and it works, then it should work. Yeah, I don't know why it's not working. Hello again. Sorry, I'm trying to fix my raid stuff. Enjoy the video again, though. Hi, Niru. Okay, so it works. It literally works, and then what? Then why doesn't it work when someone raids? Do I have something else broken? Edit. The trigger says on Twitch raid. Save. Okay. Oh, I know why it's not working. I know why. Oh my gosh. It's because I was signed into my gaming account. It was trying to pull all of the events from my gaming account, not my art account. God. This is why I don't want to have it. I don't want to switch between the two freaking accounts. Okay, anyway. How you doing today, Niru? Oh crap, there's a Pokemon. Is it still there? No, it's not. Okay, let me make this announcement. Now that we got the raids thing hopefully fixed. This one's gonna be for CFT. Cystic Fibrosis Trust. There we go. So the way that this one's gonna work, if you guys want to take a sneaky peeky, I actually put up the incentives and the milestones. Oh, poop. What did I name it? Oh, there it is. I was like, what did I name the command? It is a charity stream for a charity located in the UK, which means that all of the donations are in pounds, but I personally translated or equated it to USD for you guys. So just, you can always double check if you want, but everything that you donate towards will be in, it's the equivalent, which is why it looks so weird. If you go to the website, it looks so weird because it's like, what is it? One pound and 1.59 pounds and 3.95 pounds. I promise you it makes sense in USD. But I had to do it that way. I was like, no. I'm doing really well, though. I'm doing really well today. I'm a little mad because well, not you guys, but earlier when we did a poll, everyone freaking, they tied the poll. I should not allow, wait. No, you can't have multiple. That means 4 people voted. Okay, let me make this real quick. Hi, Merp. Welcome in. Oh, I broke my stuff. No. There we go. All right, let's fix this. So, if I open this, nope, this one. Yippee!
Hey guys, I'm Macaroni. I stream
Merp.
art and spooky games, and
Oh,
I'm here to
where's my
tell you about
hands?
how amazing Spelly
No,
is
wait.
and how you should sub to her. Do it.
All right, let's move this over here. Look how nice we can make this one because I actually have all the assets. Oh my gosh, Murph. Murph, thank you. What the heck? Aw. Look how pretty that message is. Look how pretty that message is. Do you like the, cause I think you're the only person that I see using that. Do you like that they added, I don't remember what, they added, big emotes, message effects. There was like some third thing. I don't even know what it is. Yeah, please. I do appreciate it though. Thank you. Sorry, I was thirsty. Yes. Does anyone know who's singing right now? I have been stuck listening to her music for the last, like, I don't even know. The whole day today. I prefer this glowing one over this one. Wait, they have multiple ones? Hold on, I want to look at it. Oh, I can't even look. You cannot cheer on your own channel. Oh, wait, no, it's in the channel point redeems. Message effects. Oh, yeah, they have 2 effects. I wonder if they'll add more. Okay, how about this? Can you imagine if they allowed you to have custom effects? I think that would make it so... Probably really hard on their part, but I feel like that would make it more worth it as well. I know it's all in beta right now. Like, it's definitely all new. But... Oh, I guess, like, kind of, like, the on-screen celebration can be your own emotes. And then the... I don't know, I'm just thinking outside the... Or thinking in my brain. You should be able to do these for free? Can I? Oh, yeah, it says no charge. It says no charge since this is your channel. Oh, I get to post big emotes and it doesn't cost me anything. Although it's kind of weird that it says in the activity feed, it says that it did. That makes me nervous. I have 0 bits on my channel. Wait, do gifts work? They do! That's so cute. You can spam them for free. That's really cute. Also, what is that emote? I see it says Twitch Global, but what is that emote? Oh. All right. So this is our charity stream next week. It's going to be July... Oh, I can spell. July 8 to 11? Is that what it was? Yeah. For my portion, the actual charity event is longer than that, but my portion of the event is July 8th to July 11th. La, 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 la. There we go. Oh, crap. Wait, what? Where'd it go? There it is. What? It's a new Elden... Oh, of course. I'm glad that Twitch really liked... Wait, didn't I get a badge? Merp, I think you gave me a badge the other day. I don't know how to find that. Chat appearance. No? Okay, wait. Let me go to... non-mod settings. Is it not in chat? I'm pretty sure it would be in chat appearance, or no? How do I find my badges? Have a good lurky. This one? Yeah, I think I have that. I think. I don't know how to find it, though. Click on the icon by your name. Oh, no. Wait, no, I have Destiny. Oh, no, I do have it. I have Destiny 2, and I have... Destiny 2 definitely came from Katie. No, I have the, Elden Ring badge because of you. Thank you, Merv. Wait, I don't think it's gonna show on my... No, it won't show on mine, but I see it on my thing. Aw, Gray. Okay. By the way, over on... Speaking of which, actually, I saw Merp's name on here, too. I posted on the Discord our... Sorry, the music's really distracting me right now. Hold on, let me turn down the music on my end, because otherwise I'm not going to be able to... I really like this song. I posted on the Discord the current standings for the Academy Arttober. If you don't know what the Academy Arttober is, it's similar to... what's it called? Our Inktober. And if you don't know what Inktober is, it's basically once a day you draw a drawing for every day in October, like TLDR. And so I finally posted the list of who is currently on our list for our, like, there's 30 days, no, there's 31 days in October, but I don't count Halloween because we do other stuff for that. So out of the 30 minus 31 days in October, I will draw one of you guys, one of our community members each day, and it's based on view count. It's based on how many watch hours you have currently. I was literally just talking to Maestro about this, that we might have to look into changing some things up, but that's going to be a long discussion to try and figure things out. But right now for this year, it is based on watch hours. So whoever has the most watch hours up to the first 30 people will be drawn during the month of October. And so it's over on Discord. We have a couple announcements over on Discord. We have that one, which if you guys want to take a sneaky peeky, it is right there. If you want to see the list, if you want to see if you're on the list. But we also have a poll, which I will pin. Vote on which Academy OC you'd like to see drawn. This is because we hit our day 1 target. So we basically hit our goal of $500 on last week's charity stream on the very first day. And because of that, that's why this poll is a thing. So many Discord things. I'm telling you guys, join the Discord if you're not already in it, because there's a lot of stuff that happens on Discord. We have weekly events. We have a lot of... Oh, we have the watch party. I really want to set up a watch party. I can't do it for this weekend though, because Maestro's coming over. Unless he doesn't mind and wants to watch with us. The two new Hell of a Boss episodes that we haven't seen yet. There's so much. Ayo Kuni! I didn't even see that. I didn't hear it because I turned down my headphones. Ayo Kuni, thank you so much for being a VIP here at the clubhouse. I really can appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Alright, I think this is good. I think this gets the point across. I would prefer if this... Oh, I can. Okay. Because I want this to stand out. The name. And I go. Tell me all the ways you need me. I come in and know. The ways bing bing bang 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 bing bang bang. There we go. Because this is gonna be really small in the top left corner of the stream, so I want you guys to be able to see it. There we go. I think this is good. Alright, let me save it. There we go. See, look, we're improving the stream one at a time. Now we have to go open DaVinci. So let's go open DaVinci. I feel like my watch time got cut because of my change in name. Actually, Runic, I think you might be right, because there was one person, they weren't on the list, they were like just below the list, but it said name change, and that's all it said. I wish there was a way to confirm it, and I wouldn't mind tacking it onto your, like, your Manbear Zach, but I don't know 100%, because there's, yes, if you switch your name, you lose all the watch time, because the way that it works is it does it based off of name. It does it based off of, like, your Twitch name. So if you have, like, yeah. Although ironic, because I'm pretty sure you had to change your name at some point, Gray, but your name is still on the list. You're still on the list right now, as it speaks, or as we speak. It's no biggie. I've been drawn before. All right, it's completely up to you, Manbear. For the record, if anyone does see their name on the list, but they do not want a drawing, please let me know ahead of time so that I can calculate that. Because I just need to make sure, you know, if you don't want an art, that's perfectly fine. But I need to know ahead of time so that when I do formulate the list and everything, because I have to reach out to everyone in September. I have to reach out to everyone and DM them and get all the references and all this other... it's a hassle, and I don't want to, you know... I don't want to do it if someone does not want the art. DaVinci. Alright, we got DaVinci open. So what does it mean to be drawn? It's like an OC or a user icon. I can show you, Miso. So if you make it onto the top 5 through 30... So not the top 4, but the top 5 through 30, you will get something that looks like this, because this is from last year's. So you see like all the, it's like basically an icon maybe. Headshot, some of them are bust. And it's completely up to me however, like there's gray. Like however I kind of feel like drawing it. That was just a placeholder. So they're like little icons, like really simple things. But if you do make it onto the top 4, so first, second, third, and fourth place with the most watch hours, you get a full illustration. So I'll draw your character in a full illustration. Think of it kind of like a skeb. You submit your character, but then I put them in a Halloween costume. So all of these are in Halloween costumes of some sort. Some of them aren't. Like, I think Lord Crossfield's not really in a Halloween costume. Fotis is not really in a Halloween costume. Gray's not really in a Halloween costume. So sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Most of the time I do, as you can see. I don't think this person's in a Halloween costume. Sometimes I just drew them. But it's supposed to be like Halloween themed, so all you do is you submit your character and I draw them in a Halloween costume is the idea. So that's how it works. And this was all from last year's. Alright, let's move over to Da Vinci. There we go. I was like, uh-oh. So we have to get rid of this one, because that's not a thing anymore. We also have to get rid of this one, because while the event is going on now, if you guys did not know, the Isometric Academy event is going on. Once again, if you do not know about it, please check your DMs. Oh, like if you signed up and you didn't know. I think there's one person that hasn't checked the DMs. Everyone else, I believe, has already seen it. But that's essentially an event that's going on right now. But there's no more signups, so I will remove it. Let me add the new one that we just made. Right here. Yes, you guys were right. This is Dua Lipa. I'm so glad you guys... I really like Dua Lipa's new album. It's nice. And there it is. So now all I gotta do is save it, render it out. There's a Pokemon, I missed it. Oh crap, we don't have the timer. I don't think we have the timer turned on for the other scene either. Let me turn it on real quick. No, it's not. Let me turn that on real fast. There we go. Okay, I got everything turned on. Beans! I need to set up the timer. The timer, I'll move it to 10 minutes. Let's see. There we go. Oh wait, it already is 10 minutes. So about 10 minutes. I don't know. Update my ref sheet again. Let's go. Okay, and render. Yes. Make sure that it's set to export alpha. It could be medium. And that should all be good. There should be no audio. No audio. Add to render queue. Render. Now I become extremely laggy. Whee! Oh man. And now, if you look at the top left corner, let's see, did it work? Count of 3. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Let's see if it worked. That's the first one. Then VGen, and then it should say Rogue. And then it should say the new one that we just made. Come on, please work. Come on. Yippee! It worked! Heck yeah! Alright. So we officially fixed the announcements, so that'll be for next week. We have our charity stream next week. If it wasn't clear by the announcement that we just made. Oh man, I'm excited. I am excited. A lot of fun stuff happening this month. And some of it's gonna trickle into next month because I can't do it all this month. I'm only a human. You guys already know. I don't think you guys would want me to do it all this month because that's a lot of work. And I know you guys don't like it when I push myself too hard. So I will not. I will not. The show tell noise did not activate? I wonder why. What's up with... Let me see. Oh, I know why. Here, let me test it. It should work now. Test. Yeah. So you remember how I had mentioned that, unless you guys didn't hear that. Did you guys hear that? You remember how I had mentioned that my bot was reading my gaming channel instead of my art channel? And that's why the raid didn't go through at all either? And I was like, oh no. But then we fixed that. Oh, you didn't hear it at all? Let me see. Here's show and tell. Do you guys hear this? Hold on, let me turn off the music real quick. Can you hear this? That's weird. Give me 1 second. Is it because this is turned off?
Show me what you got.
Oh, I see it now. It should be on now, but that's weird that it was turned off because that's not something that should be normally turned off. Huh. Let me know if you hear any echoes because I have a thing called alert and sounds, and then I have a thing called alert box for some reason. And let me know if the alerts themselves, so when someone raids, when someone follows and stuff like that, if that echoes, let me know. Because then I'll have to turn off the alert box instead. No echo, not yet, not yet. You have to hear the actual alert. There's no alert. Like that's just a thing. That's just a, what? In my bot. That's not an alert though. I need like a legit alert. Like someone, yeah. But I'm glad you guys can hear it now. That's weird. That was funky. But now I played it like 3 times, so I hope that counts. I'll do the show and tell in just a moment. Let me see. What is on the alert box? Maybe I could check the properties. It says it's our Streamlabs alert. Then what is inside the alert? It's okay. I don't know. I'm just gonna assume that everything's working fine until it doesn't. Let me go look at that show and tell real quick. There we go. No, you don't have to put it again. No. You're fine. All right. It's a video, so let me actually move to the art. Let's see. What button is this? I think it's... Nope. This one? Oh, crap. That's right. Nope. Sorry. I keep forgetting to change this over to this. Oh, yeah, and I was trying to show you guys this literally last second. This is as far as we are so far on this. I want to show you the progress, but I haven't had time to work on it, which sucks because I really need... It's June, literally last month. I know we're only 2 days into July, but I gotta finish this. Yo, I like how it's coming out so far. Alright, nope. Can you guys see... Can you guys see that? Yeah. Alright. Whee! Thank you, Gray. And this is Gray's art. This is Gray's art. Gray wanted to draw Gigi. I'll tell you, I've been going a little bit. Oh, you guys can't hear that at all. Oh, no, you can. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong thing. Although it's very low. I don't know how to turn it up. Oh, it's all the way up. Okay, I guess I'll just stop talking. Or I guess the music isn't super important, but I've been trying to watch the YouTube streams for the new Hololive girls. But let me tell you, it's so different than Twitch. It like the premise itself isn't different, sure. But like trying to put emotes is like whack. And then the emote menu just doesn't close, and you're like, There's a new thing that Twitch is throwing out there, and I'm really excited for that when they do. It's really good for collabs. Now, granted, we don't do a whole lot of collabs, which I do want to change eventually. But for those that do collabs a lot, Twitch is implementing something new, and I think you guys are gonna really like it. basically what it does is when you collab with someone, it allows you to see your chat and see your collab partner's chat all inside your chat, and it'll tell you which chat it's coming from. So that basically, and you could talk to each other. Like, you could all see it, you could talk to each other and everything. Gray, you did so well! Thank you so much for sharing with us. I like how it came out. Here's the final if you want to see. Yeah. Oh, wait, yeah. Very nice, very nicely done. Heck yeah. Alright, music. Thank you, though. I don't know where to put my... I'll just put it over here. What were we doing? Oh, right, we're gonna be working on an animation today. Now, it's another big project that we're working on. Let me open the references for it. So this is, once again, just a piece of the big project. Oh, goodness. Let me see. If I can... I haven't worked on this one in a hot minute. I don't know where it is. I think it's this one. Yeah, here it is. So it's a big piece. It's a big piece. You didn't think that it would pop up? No, I danced to the song. I danced to it. I think we're ready now. Best Redeem? I'm so excited because there's another dance I want to do. You know the one that's been really popular? It's like, how's it go? It's the one with the deer girl. I don't even know how it goes. And it's not even, the full song's not even out yet. Yeesh. Have a good one, Gray. Be safe, be safe. Welcome, Vincio, by the way. Aww. Right. I'm like looking at the timer. I'm like, I want to start now. Oh my gosh, we finished so many things. We finished so... Yeah, that one! I don't know how it goes. I forget. Yeah, that one exactly. That's the next... If I were to add another dance for you, it would be that one. I have the dance. I gotta put the audio with it, but... it would be fun. All right, we finished. Check this out. You guys would be like, what? 7? Oh, wait. 7, 8. It's so hard to read because it's so small. 10, 12. Oh, no, my tracking. 13. All of these are done. Let me see. Hi, Froggy. Yeah. Wait. And 14? Ayo. Oh, no, we did not finish that. I thought wrong. Undone. How you do today, Froggy? Undo it. Let's see, and we're gonna be focusing today on 18. Maybe I should move this a little bit so I can actually see. I gotta move some things around. Let's see. I recently revamped my OBS, which is why I have like a lot of things that are kind of broken right now. I'm trying to fix. I can show you guys my OBS real quick though. So it looks like this. Oh, that's so cool, Froggy! This is my OBS now. It looks so different. The thing that sucks is apparently this preview, you can't actually put anything above or below it only. You have to put it like above or below everything, and I'm like, damn. But you can see like everything has changed on my OBS. Look at all this. Oh my goodness. Heck yeah. But yeah, my OBS completely... So that's why I might be a little slow at things. I'm trying to figure out where everything is. You get lost with that layout? Trust me, it makes sense. It makes sense to me as long as I get used to it, essentially. But no, I had to change things because the previous layout that I had just was not cutting it at all. Hope the art's going well. We just started. Yeah. So, this is what we're gonna be sketching out today. Basically, as you can kind of see, there's like 2 boxes. What this animation, now this animation is the easier of the 4. There's like 4 of them that I have to do for this project. But this one basically is gonna have different flashing lights while the camera pans. So if I have like it on full view, it'll be around that box and the camera will pan down. And then there's another animation that'll show after that. But this one's basically just gonna be flashing lights, which is perfectly fine. It's the easier one, but it's the easier of the 4 of them. So I'm looking at my list. Oh wait, we did finish 31. Oh man, look at all these things we're crossing off. I actually have to remove some of them eventually because that list is so long right now. In fact, I could probably remove 28 through 37. I think it's just remove. 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, there's a thing that's on the side of the screen on the left. And it basically has a bunch of things that we work on throughout all of our streams. Okay, maybe it's delete. Delete. There we go. Now I can get rid of some of them because we finished all of those. We finished a lot more, but I'll delete some more next break or something. Yeah, look at them all. Look at them all. Now hopefully this list will be a little bit shorter. A little bit smaller. Okay, so let us... This is the rough sketch. Let me make a new folder. Wait for it. It'll change in just a moment. That's a lot. That's not even all of them. We finished so much. Rough. Wait for it. It's about to catch up. Clean sketch. I think once it hits Advents. And... Oh, maybe it's when it hits mine? Oh no, it did get deleted. Huh. Heck yeah. Hi, Panther Girl. Alright. Alright. I forgot I was listening to Dua Lipa. Okay, hold on. I'll switch it. What do we want to listen today? Do they have anime jazz music? Anime jazz. Jazz from anime. Oh my. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. Yeah, I'm feeling jazzy today. It is indeed jazz. Yeah, I was like, Oh, it's iconic IGD. It is so good. Let's get a reference. Dun, 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 dun. I need to see what it looks like to draw the back view of someone. The bongos are your fave? They had a really nice touch. Hey, Sobu! The vibe, today's vibe is jazz. Jazz. Or even anime jazz. More specifically. Like a bass in jazz? The bongos? So I'm still looking for how to draw a back view. Or at least the back view idea. I don't know. I don't normally draw people from the back. I guess I could just hit up design doll. Can you guys see? Give it a second. Tira, welcome in! Hello! Okay. Alright, let's see. Cat Walker, thank you so much for becoming a club member here at the clubhouse. Heck yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you. How am I today? I'm doing pretty well. I'm doing pretty well. Ooh, wait. Let's see. Konnichiwa. Oh, hello. I was like, Konnichiwa. I don't know what time I guess it would be just konnichiwa? I can't say Ohio. It's not the morning anymore. And it's not evening for sure. Oh, I can't read all that. I'm not that good. Asobu! Actually, I should probably... As if you speak... Oh, no, I do not. I do not speak Japanese. Two in the morning? No, I could not say good morning. Well, I guess technically morning. Eee. Aw, welcome Vincent. How you doing? It's good to hear ye. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Today, okay, to be honest, I didn't get to work on all the things I wanted to work on today. Because I went grocery shopping, but grocery shopping's important as well. Especially because here in the US, the 4th of July is coming up. Which is like a holiday we celebrate. And so I had to get some hot dogs from the store. Aw, sad. Oh, my neck. I just like cracked my neck. Help. Yeah, America, yay. Yeah, I woke up on time, but I didn't get out of bed until like... Oh. I didn't get out of bed until... almost 8 a.m. I was a little sad. What's this do? Oh! What's happening to them? This looks so unnatural. I just wanted to make it like so that their whole shoulder is like. I think you're being asked to write in English subtitles? Wait. What, Miso? Oh! I wanted it to like, so that the shoulders are up. I mean, I could just do it myself. Oh no! How come this shoulder can go up, but then this shoulder... Oh. How you in? I mean, I guess it's as good as it's gonna get for a back view. The legs don't really matter.
Hi, my name is Ewan. I do music production, sound mixing. Thank you, and bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Alright. Let's move over back to Clip Studio. What? Oh, that's exciting, Stick Ripper. Heck yeah. Oh, my alarm. Have a good work session, Oz. Thank you. Hmm. You want to study Japanese again? I never studied Japanese. Yeah. I don't know how interested I am in learning it though. Mainly because of time. I think it's interesting. I think it would be cool to learn, but I'm so busy. I am so busy. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, it feels like it's gonna be another chill day. It's nice to have them. But I definitely don't force myself if, I think you know what I'm trying to say. I hope. If we just want to relax and vibe with the music and stuff, I'm not gonna force myself to have a conversation. Ah! Oh yeah, it's vibe time. Alright, back view. I don't normally draw them, but I like how it came out. Now I gotta give it clothes. Hi, Po. What am I drawing? I'm drawing a back view right now. Yeah. It's for a commission. Hmm. Yay! Aw. Hi, Man Bear Dad. Now I can say that. What would his name have even been if you kept the runic name? The Dad Tavern? Runic Dad, I guess. Yeah, we're dressed right now as a shrine maiden. We have so many different outfits. Uh Something here? Hiya, Cheery! Welcome in! Mellow! Yeah, for me it's an easy like, oh, I switched outfits. But for you it'd be like, alright, now I gotta get up, now I gotta get dressed, and... Hi, Chiri. How have your ventures been in the art world? I saw the one, it was a bit, it wasn't that long ago. I saw the Fisani one. Fisani. Sunny. Hi, Gundorf. Oh, Gundorf, I got your thing. Ooh. Oh, gosh. Meow, meow, meow. Are you showing him the dance? Hey, you could definitely have a dance for Deeb, though. That's different. Giant... Oh. Okay, when you said that, I was definitely thinking something else. I was thinking of, wasp. Like a giant wasp stack. Or something, I don't know. I was thinking of bees, and I was like, what? That'd be terrifying. I don't know why I drew all of this when I should have drawn the hair first, because the hair's gonna cover most of this, and now I'm a little sad. Let me remove that, and I'll draw the hair first. He thought it was neat. Look, I have hands too. Hi. This is my actual hands. Peace sign. Oh, this hand's broken because I'm wearing a, what's it called? Artist, like the glove and a wrist brace on my drawing hand, so that hand doesn't really work very well, but this one works pretty well. 4, 3, 2, 1. Thumbs up, thumbs down, the heart symbol. I can do it with this hand. I can't really do much with this hand because this hand, like a little bit works a little bit. You can see that it's like, it's okay. Yeah, no rush, Gundorf. This hair is interesting. Aw. He's going to the bar to play pool. Heck yeah. I hope he wins. Win and then bet pool shark, bro. Just win a bunch of money. Pretend you're bad and then win a bunch of money. He won last night's tournament? Let's... Oh no. Now people know he's good. Crap. You gotta get people that come from out of state. Hey, dude, you wanna play some pool? Yeah, but I don't really play pool that often. Yeah, well, we'll do a small little bet. You see, the thing is, you gotta lose. If you do a small bet at first, like, you lose, like, maybe 10, 20 bucks. And then they're like, all right, you know what? This hurt my pride. I gotta do it again, but this time for 100 bucks. And they're like, are you sure about that? And then you're like, yeah. And then you win 100 bucks. And you wipe the floor with them. Oh, darn. I guess he can't pull shark then. Next time. You see what I mean by all of this is gonna get erased? I'm so sad. Actually, this isn't even... The hair's a lot longer, too. Ooh. Hi, Sako! Welcome in! Aw, I want to see Vanbear play pool. I'd love to play pool against you. Without any bets. Hi, Sako. Let me give you a shout out. Oh no, my... Everything is, my caps locks was turned on. Sako! How was your arting adventure? You're welcome. Oh, wait, let me stretch. Yeah, okay. Do well, how... I'm doing pretty good. Today we got some good food, from the grocery store. I can't wait to... I don't know what I'm gonna eat today. Oh, you know what? Now that I think about it, I did not eat lunch. I did have a late breakfast, though, so it's not a big deal. I might just skip lunch and do dinner today, then. Alright, we basically have the sketch done. Alright, stream's over. Now I gotta do, I guess I could line this next. Or I could do the background. I'm kind of not looking forward to doing the background, but I gotta do it. Let me look up some references, though. Let's see. Yeah. Been on a sketch binge, so like sketching things out but not really quite finishing them yet. I can understand that. That was me a little while back, but now lately I've been on a I don't want to sketch anything new because I have no creativity bone in my body, but I want to finish things now. I don't want to sketch things anymore. I'm tired of sketching. Alright, this is what I'm gonna reference for the background. Oh, that's our back view. So that I can actually put a reference on the screen. Oh, I can't really have it on the... here, you guys can look at it like this. But I'm just gonna draw it over here. You want to get better at sketching? So that's the idea. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. I do like sketching. Have a good one, man. Thank you. Alright, let's sketch out the background. So the idea is that she's leaning on a wall of some sort, but she's backstage. So if this is the rest of the curtain. Man, this is kind of hard. Let me use another color. This is the curtain. And then what? There's like a stage here. There's another curtain over here. Ah! Oh! I thought you were actually leaving that bear. I thought, for some reason in my head, I was like, oh, he's gonna go play pool. Mubby. Then there's some stuff over here for people to walk around. But then you have the whole crowd. So, like, all over. Then you even have an upper area that has a bunch of crowd people as well. And railings for safety. If the railings don't look so safe, but that's okay. And then you have lights, camera, action. Can't really see those ones, but... put 3 lights per light thing. You can't see that one, doesn't matter. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Yeah, we're backgrounding today a little bit. Oh. Can't even lift a jug of milk because of your neck? Wait, tell me how that works. No, I'm sorry to hear though. Let's see what else. Here's a wall. Do I need a wall? I really don't need a wall. I do need the entrance though. For people to actually walk into the building. There's the entrance, so that people can walk into the building. I guess that's it from there, because it's just gonna, so it's gonna be zoom, it's like gonna focus on our character, but it's gonna like pan down. I hope I made this big enough. Wait, let me think. I'm going to assume that I made this big enough. Praise. Oh. Ah, poop. Ow, my back. I'm sorry to hear, Man Bear. That's no fun. No fun at all. Exactly. It's whack. Whack, I say. Oh, remember that sound when we used to do Pomodoros? Alright, we sketched out. Look at us go. We're so fast. We sketched out. That was all I had planned, honestly, to do. Was sketch this out. But I guess I could either start lining it from here. I didn't even plan on doing the background today either. What the heck? That was fast. Whew. But like, break time though. Breaking. Here, tell you what I'll do real quick. You see on the left, I need to write down the numbers that are crossed out. We got 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, not 11, but 12 and 13, 22. Wait, that shouldn't be crossed out. Oh, I think I crossed it out because I messed up that one. 23, 25, and 26. Look at all of that work that we've been doing over the last, like, month. I'm gonna remove it. Aw, man, look at it. Beautiful. Let me take a drink. If you look on the left of the stream, you'll see it disappear in just a moment. Ready? Wait for, I think when Advent hits, it'll disappear. Boop. Oh, look how short it is now. Aw, it's actually readable on, like... That's so great. Heck yeah. Alright, now I get to think about what we're gonna do today other than... Oh, you put vinyl on your 3-wheeler? Oh, that's so cool, Sick Ripper. Aww. Lamborghini. Hey, we're doing it. We're doing it. I'm checking my DMs. I have been informed that there is a specific group that has been doing very well, even though we're only on day 2. They have already been doing very well on the isometric event. Thank you so much to that group that will go unnamed. Hehe. I think I will go to the bathroom real fast, though. While we're in BRB. I will BRB while we're in BRB. So that I can go to the bathroom. Okay. Okay, BRB. No, it didn't. Oh no. Why are none of my things working anymore? My buttons. They're broken. I know why it's not working. Hold on, Stream Deck. It is because I changed the name. It's because, why did I, remind me to never ever ever change the name of any of my scenes again. Just make a good scene name and that's it. Otherwise, if you change the name of your scenes after you have all of these commands and all this crap set up already, it breaks everything. Never ever, don't ever do that again. Yeah, you hear me? Okay, I'll be back. I'll be back. Hi, Vexus! I'll be right back, I gotta pee. One sec. I didn't realize I was muted. I kind of really want to work on the Spelly beach outfit during our next break. Oh, and I grabbed a bag of popcorn because I didn't eat lunch. Thank you. More Cowboy Bebop. All right. Let me get my glove back on. Okay, I am officially back. I guess I'll just start lining the, wait. Or... Very nice. Oh, no. Nice, very nice. I want to change the perspective a little bit. And then I want to send it to the client. What's focus time? Great question. We do... Oh gosh, wrong command. We do Pomodoros over here on this channel most of the time. It's like the normal thing that we do outside of the charity streams. And so for 40 minutes, we will focus on what we're working on, and for 10 minutes, I will take a break. So focus time essentially means I'm working. Hi, Vicero. Let me take a drink right now. I'm almost out of Rogue, so I'm gonna take some water. Sad, so sad. Oh, let me change perspective. Wait, am I on the right layer? Yeah. You did Pomodoro, but it was difficult with undiagnosed ADHD? I see, I see. I don't know much when it comes to ADHD or any of those. I did ask a couple streams ago with some people who have ADHD about like what it's like and stuff. A little while back. But I personally have no idea what it's like having ADHD. It's not even jazz, bro. Why is this on the playlist? I have no idea, Poe. I have no idea. I'll do something with that later. Alright, now I can send this over. Oh, goodness. Wait, my brain. Think, Spelly. What was the name of this? Ah, there we go. Alright, I've sent it to the client to see what they think. I guess I can work on some of those sketch redeems that I have to do. In the meantime, I'm totally not eating popcorn. What are you talking about? What? I do not have my DMs with bone marrow. They are so far down my list. Where the heck? Oh, I found them. Okay. So bone marrow last week during our charity stream had donated, or during the week of the charity stream, had not donated, had redeemed the character sketch to continue doing this one. So we will continue on this one. Let's see. Hi, Animon. How you doing today? How you do? I'm okay. I am okay. Alright, let's add some tattoos. Isn't it a really nice character? Heck yeah. But the tattoos are a lot. A lot of tattoos. Hi, Advent. How you doing today? I love the glow, especially in the hair. The way the hair glows. I love that. Oh, crap. Animon, you just reminded me. I haven't really checked Art Fight. Sorry. I didn't eat lunch today, so I was eating a bag of popcorn. Like one of those really small bags. I haven't checked Art Fight. I want to look. Thank you for the alert. Let me see. Oh, crap. I have some notifications. I'm glad that it turned out good. All right. Arm. Arm. What? A skin color I've never drawn before? Maybe like... I don't think... I have to think about that. Because I know I've done... Okay, let's see. I've done blue, obviously, in this one image. Red. I've done green. No, normal, natural skin colors. I don't know how else to word that. I don't... No, I've done pink. I've done pink. I don't know if I've done... purple? Have I? I don't think I've done yellow either. High bone marrow. I'm attempting the tattoos, but... Maybe what I could just do is draw the tattoo and then place it on the skin instead. That way I can use my handy dandy tool. Yeah, I can't even imagine animating this. It's not for me. Yeah. Like, some of these songs I'm feeling and some of them I'm just not. Maybe I should just... I like this. I like a song like this. I was like, maybe I should just go back to my other playlist, but... Stretch? They're working, but I'm very picky about what songs I'm listening to today. Right now I wanted jazz, but I'm not feeling... I don't even know if I would consider this jazz. I mean, maybe it's not the jazz I was thinking of. MP, welcome in, hello! But yeah, I'm very picky about the songs today. I might just go to a comfy playlist today. I'm just not feeling it. And because I'm not feeling it, I also feel like I don't really want to do art right now. Get motivated. It's really hard to do with the wrong music. If I don't have the right music, or it's either that or ASMR, but I'm not gonna listen to ASMR on stream. If I don't have the right music, I am not into what I'm doing at all. And I am not really into what I'm doing right now. This is not the right... The song, it's not even that the songs are bad, it's just not what I'm vibing with. I'm not vibing. Music really does help set the mood. It's very true. I don't know. You just start speeding off. I'm sorry, officer. It was the music. I swear. Alright, let's see if this works. Wait, what? No! You were speeding? How? Wait, define speeding though. Especially a beachfront. Don't beaches normally, if you speed, the speed limit's already like really short? Yeah, I'm switching the playlist. I'm done. I'm done fighting. I'm done fighting the playlist. I'm gonna go back to Dua Lipa then. F it. Dua Lipa's what I wanted to listen to. Don't get me wrong, again. It's Persona 5. Persona 5 has great music. I'm just not vibing right now. 40, oh that's not, 40 to 30, that's not that bad. But it is technically speeding. You're not wrong. I know it is. It's just tough to decide on what I want to listen to. Because even if I'm off stream, I still don't know sometimes. I'll be like, I have no idea. $100 a regular? Oh gosh. I drive, whenever I drive, which is not super duper often, I think the fastest I go is like in the 60s on the highway. I don't drive very fast anymore. And I get it. I used to drive really fast. I used to drive really fast. And ever since I got into like a really bad car accident, I was going 70 miles and I hit straight on to a deer because it just ran out right in front of me. Ever since then, I can't drive. I get so like I'm gonna throw up if I drive too fast, especially if I'm in the passenger seat, because then I can't control the car. But I hate driving as well. I can't drive fast anymore. Even if, no matter how much I want to, or don't, I kind of don't really care, but I can't drive fast because every time I think about driving fast, it makes me like, I start breaking down. So I stopped driving fast. Fair. Yeah, deer. Sometimes deer just run right out. It's like, what the heck, bro? Seriously? I'll take it. I guess I'm gonna be a jerk if I ever went over there, Miso. I'm a jerk. I would rather be a jerk and live than not. Like, even in my area, there'll be snow on the ground and people still driving like maniacs. And for, again, I live in the middle of the freaking forest, on a mountain. So, it's like, I don't know where you guys, because I see people on the side of the road all the time because they crash. All the time. Whether they crashed into something, or they just crashed because the weather, or even like, you have no idea the road is gonna look like just because it was clear the other day. There could be a tree that straight up fell down and you're just driving like crazy. I'm talking like big twists and turns. And you're driving like crazy on these turns and stuff, and it's like, bro, there is no guarantee that it's gonna look like that today. And I see cars all the time that have just crashed. I don't like when people, I let it go, Achiri. I've let it go. I let people, I used to have really bad road rage. I think Meister is one of the only people that can tell you about it. I used to have a really bad road rage. I let all of that crap go. After the accident, it does not, nothing matters to me. If I feel unsafe, I don't care. You could be whoever you want. You could honk at me. You could flash your beams. I literally do not care. I am watching my speed. I'm watching how fast I go. I will not speed for anyone ever again. Not after all that crap. I usually just get out of the way as well. I literally just get out of the way now. You ever driven on snowy or ice roads? Hi Janie, welcome in. That's the scary part though, because if you ever have to drive on snowy or iced roads, but you never have, that happens to a lot of people, where they don't know, like, what you're supposed to do. All I could say, and it sounds obvious, but some people don't realize it, just don't drive the speed limit. Go below the speed limit if it's snowy or iced. Whatever feels most comfortable when driving in this, like, you slip and slide everywhere. Oh, black ice also sucks. It's like 50, I know, these people see so many cars on the side of the road and they just pass it off and don't care, I guess. Bonbaro. The only time you got road rage, it was dangerous, so it's silly. Yeah, I used to have a really, really bad road rage. Really, really bad road rage. Now I just want to live. I just want to make it to my destination. Gosh. The signs are there to keep you safe? Yeah, honestly. Again, I used to have road rage. I used to speed like crazy. I don't know. I don't know. If I don't feel like turning left because I can't see the other lane, you could be... if you do not feel safe, just do what makes you safe. Also, is a Pokemon? Yeah, you really won't. You really won't get to where you want to go faster just because you speed. You would have to go literally like, what? Twice the speed limit? So if the speed limit's 60, you'd have to go 120 to cut down a little bit of time. It's just not worth it. Ah! Sad. That's what happens when you speed. Hi, Diamond. Welcome in. Thank you. Yeah, we're drawing a Bone Marrow's character. My eyeball itchy. No. Okay. Learned how the what signs are designed? Exactly, Miso. Yeah. That speeding made no difference? I mean, again, if you were to go freaking double the speed limit, sure, you would get there a little faster, right? But good luck trying to get away with that. Like, good luck trying to get away with that. Good luck, you know, not crashing, trying to do something like, it's just not worth it. It's not worth it. Aw, thank you, Diamond. Yeah, we have a lot of cool things going on the Discord right now. We have an event running and weekly events. Every Saturday we do work-togethers. Yeah, bone marrow. There's always an excuse. Always an excuse. I go. Oh, goodness. That sounds like a lot of things to remember while you're trying to operate a large vehicle. Don't get me wrong, driving's easy, but it's also not. I'd hate to say that it's other people that make it not easy. But there are some things, because, like, it's more or less the emergency situations that make it hard. Driving otherwise is pretty easy. But when an emergency does happen, you have to know what to do. That's all it really comes down to. If something happens and you need to make a split decision about what you need to do to keep everyone safe and alive and everything, that's where it becomes a little hard. And honestly, it doesn't happen that often, those decisions. But when it does happen, you have to be ready. And that's why driving can be hard. At least stressful, in the very least. It's okay to draw. Yeah, you could draw art fight. Why would not? I mean, so you could do anything in the work together as long as you're actually, like, working and not trying to, like, distract someone. Like, in the work togethers, you could work on anything. It doesn't even have to be art related. It could be like if I have to schedule a bunch of stuff, I could work on scheduling the whole time. But as long as I'm doing something productive and not just sitting there like even Dynamite was playing video games. And that's okay because he was specifically playing video games for the purpose of getting achievements. He had a purpose, he had a thing he was doing. Even if it doesn't seem like productive to someone else, it's productive to him. As long as you're not trying to distract someone. Like, you go in there and you just start talking and doing your own thing, but, like, distracting everyone. That would not be okay in the work-togethers. But what if it was your purpose to distract? No, I'm kidding. Hold on, I'm gonna unplug my hands because I'm not really using them right now. There we go. What you thinking about, Mika? The jump scare ads? Sorry, yeah. We have ads. Ads. Loud music. I hate when I'm in, like, the ASMR category on Twitch. And then the ads pop up. And they're so loud and, like, very opposite of whatever I was listening to a second ago. And I'm like, it's jarring. And I'm like, ah. And I know not everyone likes ASMR, but I do. And I'm like, no. That's, like, the worst time to get an ad for who cares? And, you know, it's just loud. It's not hard to decode highway signage. Mostly goes by coloring and ordering. You're not talking about, like, just the road signs, right? Are you talking about something special? I was only watching. I guess I was just wondering why you put the thinking emote in the chat. What you thinking about? I have survived the ads. Welcome back, Bone Marrow. What do you think of the tattoos? We did what we could. Now I gotta add the shading and stuff. I like how they came out though. Wait, wrong layer. There it is. Tattoo. You've been told I should radio or podcast host? I would like to see. What would you, if you could pick a subject to podcast about, what would you podcast about? Ah, thank you. The roadsides, exactly. And more information than just the text. Oh, I usually just read the text. Is it important information that we have to memorize? Hi, Fabi, thank you for the drink. Or is the text good enough? Like, if it says the speed limit's 25, that's all that I need to know, right? You're only watching the work together? I don't know how... I guess that's okay. I was gonna say, I don't know how to feel when someone just watches, but as long as you're not being distracting, it's kind of whatever. The only thing that I don't like about work togethers is if I'm the only one working and everyone else is watching, it feels like a stream at that point. And then I'm like, I don't really want to stream during the work togethers. I want to actually work together. That's how I get a lot of stuff done. Is if I'm there and someone else is working and we're both working together. That's just a me thing, and whoever else likes to do that kind of thing. It's like our thing. But if it's just me working and everyone else is watching, I'm like, yeah, here's our Discord link. I'm like, they're so, it's like an extra stream, and I'm like, no. Oh goodness, I just looked at an image and it's like, she has, never mind. Let me know if the waifu bot's still working, because I know it wasn't working earlier. It broke. I hope it's working now. I got a tag in the waifu bot, but there's so many waifu bot things, I have no idea where the tag is. I'm going to... Okay, yeah, it works. Nee. Alright. Alright, let's start shading. I'm gonna use purple for shading for now, just so I can see it. No, I'll use red, so I can actually see it. And then I will, I'll change the colors afterwards. Oh goodness. It looks so odd when I take away all the other stuff. Ooh. Oh, what happened? Shadows. However, push up glasses. There are some subtleties. Arrows on highway road signs match the lanes. Is it what? What? Oh, that's right. Oh no, the grading. Speedrunning shading. I don't know if speedrunning's the right word for it. Oh, are you talking about the timer? Yeah, I just completely forgoed the timer. I know it's important, but... To be fair, I started this when the timer was at, like... No, I think I started this when it was at 40. Oh, that would be really cool, Bone Marrow. I just read about the podcast idea. That would be really cool, though. Would it... Well... Would it be like someone playing the character of those people, then? I guess I I want to say obviously, but I'm just double checking. Oh, wait. There we go. Ah! If a highway sign is pinned to the right, and there's an arrow, is indicating information on the rightmost lane. Oh! Is that something that you can see while driving? Maybe I'm just blind. Yeah. I mean, there's a handful. I actually asked about it the other day. There's a handful of people here. If you were okay with, like, maybe interviewing people first, just to, like, hear their or auditions or whatever. But there's a handful of people here who are very interested in voice acting. It's entirely up to you, unless you'd rather, like, work with people that you already know and everything. Understandable entirely. But I'm just putting it out there that there are people here in the community, I mean, that have expressed several times that they are interested in going into voice acting. And so maybe they have the voice that you're looking for. And if they do, it would be not only helpful for you, it could be helpful for them, because then it would be like a, all right, now I have a thing to put on my portfolio for my voice acting career. Heck yeah. Random ideas. Also, break time. Yeah, so I'll finish up all of the shading, and then we'll move on to the next sketchy. Although my client did reply back, so I can actually move on to the line art for that other one too afterwards. Let's do break up. Ooh. My eyeball itchy, sorry. Itchy. Okay. This is the best part about, I'm not gonna lie, the best part about not wearing makeup is the idea that I can scratch my eyes, or rub my eyes, I should say, not scratch them straight up, and not have to worry about freaking makeup getting all over my face. Random thoughts. Ah, I see bone marrow. Yeah. Major support over talent over relation. Ah. Well, let me know. Let me know. If you ever set up like a forum, like a Google forum, or however you want to do it, so that people can sign up for maybe an audition, or send in their, like, I don't know what to call it with voice acting, because I know nothing about voice acting. If they want to just send in, like, their voice for you to listen to, I could put it, I don't mind, you'd have to send it to me, but I can put it in my announcements, and I could be like, hey guys, Bone Marrow's looking for voices. Here's some specifications. I'm assuming you're looking for female, or if you're looking for male, it would have to be, like, whatever voice you cannot voice yourself, for example. So send in your stuff. Just let me know. Entirely up to you. Bone marrow. Yeah, I was only putting the red. Yeah. Yeah, the red is just because like, usually I use green, but I think green is a little close to the blue. I mean, I guess I can see it. I can see the green as well. But I chose red because red is easy to see against the blue. So I was like, let me just use red so I can see the shading, and then I'll change it to the color it needs to be after. Hi, VTuber! How you doing? I'll call you Lore. Hey! Get painted? No. I have been painted pink. Eventually I'll change that color. You guys won't even know. Aw, Thank you, Diamond. Thank you for joining the Discord. I appreciate you. Appreciate it. Ah. That makes sense, Asobu. Yeah, driving can be pretty stressful. Oh yeah, we were talking about driving earlier and just, I don't know. I don't drive very often, but I definitely don't speed anymore. I used to be a big speed demon, but I don't speed anymore. Oh yeah! Oh, that would be really cool, bone marrow. Yeah. Spanish. I know, I could try. I could attempt Spanish. I can read Spanish a little bit. But I'm not very well versed in any Spanish. I'm not well versed in any language. I'm not even well versed in English. Bro, I can't type, write any kind of English, bro. Help. Ah, that makes sense, bone marrow. I heard that other people that are in the similar situation, they've always used closets, where they'll like do their stuff in a closet, and then it would have to be a lot of editing afterwards, but it like gives it as like the best chance that it can before it gets edited. But that's what I heard anyway. Where is Taco Land? What? Oh, right, I was gonna work on Spelly's bathing suit. Dang. I could still open it. Alright, let's see. So what I need to do basically is go into Vroid. I'll open it real quick. You guys won't be able to see it because I'm too lazy to turn it on, but I'll do it in the background. Taco Land is Mexico? Ah! I did not know. I thought it was just literally a place called Taco Land. I'm smart. Here's the swimsuit. I'm the master of the English language, but like a scrub, I'm only fluent in English. I am not fluent in anything. Let's go. We did bone marrow. I'm so excited for it. If you guys did not see, I actually have the calendar for all of our events. Here, I'll show you guys while I'm doing stuff in the background. Here's our calendar for July. Look at all the stuff. So pink is our regular streams where, like today, we're just chilling, doing our Pomo streams, doing, you know, commission work. All of the orange are all of the milestones that we unlocked during the event. So you can see yesterday we did Streamer Simulator. And then next week we have Bean Boy. We're bringing back Bean Boy for one stream. And we're playing a community game. We're doing jigsaw puzzles. I wanted to keep it easy. Something light, especially because it's in the middle of the day. Most people are at work anyway. But just hanging out, chilling, vibing, talking, and doing some jigsaw puzzles. But it's also our charity stream for cystic fibrosis. And then at the end of the charity event, we're going to do our Tokyo walking. And then we have bring chat on a walk. So you guys already know at 4 o'clock my time. So it's right now it's 3:20. No. Yeah, wait, it's already 3:20? No way. Oh my gosh. Where does the time go? It's 3:20 right now. So usually at 4 o'clock, I go on a walk. For this day, I'm going to bring you guys with me on that walk. We're going to go walk for 40 minutes, though. Not just like a small walk, a big walk. I have an idea for this. I'm so freaking excited. I got to find boots, though, because we're going into the forest. So I have to find some boots. Because I don't want to get ticks or anything dumb like that. And then at the end of that week, we're going to be just chatting about lore. We're finally going to do our just chatting, where we're going to talk all about lore. I'll talk about my lore at the start, and then after I finish, we're going to open it up for you guys to talk about your lore if you would like. I can open it up for VC. I'll give you guys a timer, though, because if a lot of people want to talk about their lore, I can't have, like, everyone. So it's going to be one at a time. Maybe I'll give you guys, like... So get ready. If you guys are interested in talking about your lore, make sure you can condense your lore into, like, 15 minutes. 15 minutes, it's not a lot of time. But if you can do it, condense it into 15 minutes so that way we give everyone a chance to talk about their lore. And then we have our big role play stream. This was actually during the birthday donathon that we unlocked this one. Let me close that down. So we have a big role play stream. I am currently setting it up, but we have so many things ready, and you guys are gonna like it. You guys are gonna like it. I'm so excited. And then the next week we have our Has-Been Hotel fanfic reading. And then the last week we have our Buff Spelly debut on the 29th. Yippee! So that is our That is our month of July outside of our regular streams and anything else that might come up, like collabs outside of. So I didn't write any of those down either. But this is our current plans. So I'm excited for it. We got a lot going. Ah, I see. I see, Lore. I'm gonna rename you. Although every time I see your name, I'm gonna immediately want to say VTuber, and instead I'm gonna call you. I'm gonna rename you literally in my OBS. There we go. Now I will never make that mistake again. There we go. Yeah, that's no worries. That's no worries, Bomer. We did. We met the goal. I'm very happy about that. Thank you guys again so much. It's for the kids. Work's complete for today. Congratulations, Marine Boy. Let's go. Time went to the shadow realm. Honestly, the time it goes so fast. Right out the window, right? No, oh no, VC. I'll open up for VC. I guess you guys don't have to do VC. If you would rather just type up a document and I will read it personally, as long as it fits into 15 minutes of reading. If you don't want a VC, because I understand there's some people that don't use microphones or don't have microphones, so. But either way, I'll give you guys 15 minutes to talk about your own lore after we talk about the Academy lore and stuff. You just want, yeah, like I said, I know that's hard. I know it's hard, but I can't offer, like, unless you guys let me sleep while you guys just take over the stream, then you could talk about it for like an hour or so. But it's, you know, I have to let everyone have a, because there's a lot of people have a lot of lore. Did someone claim the, yeah, they did, Fotis, it was Banjo. Banjo claimed it, and you know what Banjo claimed? Banjo wants me to draw Spelly wearing a secretary suit. I said, okay. Alright, let's get back to it. I said, okay, I can do that. For the kids. No, it's for the kids. Sorry, Fotis, next week. Come in, Fotis. Next week you can get it for sure. Heck yeah, as long as you're fast. I don't know, I don't think you have to be that fast, but fast enough, I guess. Does anyone know what a French exit is? I actually don't know. What does that mean? Sad. No. This is so sad. Alexa. Fotis, wait, Aokuri. What does French exit mean? This song is called French Exit. What does that mean? Unless it's just straight up not related to France or French at all. Leaving an event without saying anything. Oh, wait, why is it called that at all? What? So it's just leaving and not saying a thing. I do that sometimes. Oh, I do that all the time. I want to talk to you guys about something, but it's not super important to talk about. I guess most of the things we talk about aren't. We just chill. But, I don't know. I don't know. Slang basically for ghosting an event. Ghosting's not super fun, though. I'm thinking more or less like, I guess an event is the word I kind of missed there. I was thinking more like leaving a voice call without being like, hey guys, I gotta go. I just leave. But that's not really an event, though. Yeah. Wow, Fotis, that's rude. Boo. Ooh, what you doing? Then you did something confusing. I'll be like, ooh, what you doing? You can tell me on the loose. What you doing? Who you think that you're confusing? And I'll be like, ooh. I'm gonna listen to these songs until I learn all of them. No. Stop. Don't be mean. Don't be... Stop it. I should let it burn. I deserve. Ready to learn. I already know your type. Do the things I like. Alright. I already know your type. Think you do the things I try. Don't you know I could do this dance all night? Ooh, what you doing? Don't know who you think that you're confusing. I'll be like, ooh, it's amusing. You think I'm gonna fall for an illusion? But does one need to explain to someone that they're leaving an event? I feel like no, but this kind of goes into what I was about to say, but then I took it back. I feel like you never really need to say when you're leaving. Unless you're, like, directly talking to someone or directly saying something, right? And then you're like, oh, I gotta go. Like, as you're in the middle of talking or at the end of saying whatever you're saying. But if you're like, just chilling and you're not directly saying anything, I feel like you don't have to say when you're leaving. For anything. Yeah. I don't know. To each their own, of course, but I personally don't normally. Unless I'm directly speaking to someone, I usually just don't. Alright. Disappearing. Ooh, what I'm doing. Don't know who you think that you're confusing. I'd be like, ooh, it's amusing. Think I'm gonna fall for it and lose. What you doing? Don't know who you think that you're confusing. I'd be like, ooh, it's amusing. Think I'm gonna fall for an illusion. I don't know, there's something about Dua Lipa's voice that's just so... It's so nice. Alright. I think we're just about done with the shading. Let me just do... Oh, wait. Ah! Okay, Let me just do some more in the hair. The most important places to put shading in the style that I do, anyway, is the hair and the face. Depending on the focus. If the focus is not the hair or the face, like, if it's not the character's face, then it doesn't... You don't have to focus on those areas. But in this case, it is. And so, I'm gonna put a lot of detail in the hair and the face. Getting better. Can we stay falling forever? How long? How long? Hmm. Ah. All right, I think we. Oh. Oh crap! I accidentally deleted the eyes. Okay, let's check the colors and make sure everything is okie dokie. Ah. Ow. I think I'm done. I think I'm done with this one. I think I'm gonna finalize it. I think this is it. Like, this is as far as it goes in terms of anything. I can't do very much beyond with not in my style. I could do this. Yeah. Background, yeah, that's literally the only thing I can think of from this part. And I'm not much of a background artist. But here, I'll do my actual finishing touches on it then. So let me... I'm gonna merge all the layers. Don't worry, I made sure all the layers were copy-pasted just in case. Merging. Alright, let's see what we like best. Thank you, Poe. Ooh. I don't really think I need to do any more than those two. And I go. This one has definitely an interesting style to it, but... I'm excited for it. Heck yeah. What do you think? Do you prefer this style? It's definitely stylized like this. It's not my normal finish. So do you prefer something like this where the lines are kind of like wiggly? Definitely not, but it has a lot of line, I guess, character to it. Or, like this, which is more, like this is my normal finish, but I don't know if this is too bright. And then I have a darker finish. Either or you could do the one with the characterized lines. So many different finishes. What? I can also mix them a little bit. The bright makes sense? Alright. Move these. I actually need to fix. I saw this when I was zooming in. Let me fix that real quick. Get out of here. What are you doing? What are you doing? Get out of here. There we go. Okay. Oh. I don't even know how to fix this. I don't know how this happens. What a nice song. Houdini. like, there's a lot of places where I could definitely fix. Unless it's very obvious. I typically only fix around the eyes. There. Alright. Let's see. Bone. Marrow. It's not even a color this time, it's like a finish. There we go. There. Alright, let me save this. We did it. Aw, I'm excited for that. Yeah. Alright, let me put this in the Patreon, and then I shall ship it to ya. And then we'll move on. We got some time. I'll probably start lining the previous one we were working on first. And then maybe we'll do the spelly sketch that was redeemed yesterday. We're getting a lot done. Old home. Yeah, I had mentioned earlier, I was looking for your DMs. I could not find your DMs. I was like, they are so far down my list of DMs. I had to search for your name. I was like, finish is here. There you go. Alright, I have shipped it to you, Bone Marrow. Yippee! Thank you. Alright, let's finish up this one. Or not finish, but start lining it. Touchdown brings I now again too far. Not the man I think that am I. Oh, no. Line and color. I like to label my layers. Hold on a sec. This makes a red flag. I've been known to like my fucker on a pedestal. Did we just listen to this one? We did. Oh, the songs we were listening to earlier were all the extended versions of everything. So now we're listening to the regular one, not the extended one. No, I could do this dance all night. Ooh, what you doing? Who you think that you're confusing? I'll be like, ooh, it's amusing. I'm gonna fall for an illusion. All the time, imagine, let it burn. I really know your type. Things I like. No, I could do this dance all night. Ooh, what you doing? Don't know who you think that you're confusing. I'll be like, ooh, musing. Yeah, I just wanna dance with sunlight. What you doing? Don't know who you think that you'll come. I don't know when I want to do a karaoke event. I've been really thinking about it though. Yeah. It's mostly because I really like singing, but you know what? I'll be honest. Every single time I have a karaoke event, I immediately after, I feel so like, man, I shouldn't have done that. I'll never have a karaoke event again. I hate singing. And I'm like, no. It makes me feel bad. Yeah. And I'm like, you know what I mean? Yeah. So it's like, and then after like a month or a few months, then I'm like, now I want to have another karaoke event. Ugh. Why? Because I don't know whether it's just like, I don't know. Because I'm not a singer at the end of the day. I sing. I like to sing. But it's for fun. It's all for fun. And that's the best part about karaoke. That is the best part about karaoke. It's always for fun. You never have to be extremely good at singing to do karaoke because it's all for fun. But in my head, I'm like, but I want to be good. I want to be good. I want to sound good, you know? And I'm not, like, singing is not my, okay, how do I put it? I don't want to put a lot of time into learning how to sing because it's not, like, ultimately what I want to do. I'd rather spend my time learning how to do art, like, do these animations, you know? And so because I don't put a whole lot of effort into singing, I'm never really gonna, like, feel like, oh man, I'm such a great singer, you know, yar yar. And that's fine because I'm not putting a lot of effort into it. What it comes down to is I gotta understand that karaoke is just, it's just that. It's just, you know, we're singing and having fun. There's no requirement to be good. You never had to be good to do karaoke. It's just karaoke. But my brain is like, but I want to sound good. And that's where my qualm is. So every time I do karaoke, I'm like, I look forward to it because I get to sing, and I really, you guys already know, you hear me sing all the time on stream. I really like singing, but after the event is finally done, I'm like, I'll never do karaoke again. You know? And I'm like, no. I appreciate it, Poe. I'm not up to my standards. I do appreciate it, though. I have been told it comes down to several different things, right? It's like, have you ever had people tell you that you're really good at something? And then when it comes to, like, actually doing that something, you don't really get the reactions that you had maybe expected. Because, you know, people had told you, oh, you're really good at this thing that you do. But then when you actually do it, they're like, yeah, that was neat. That was cool. Great. Yeah, and you're like, You know, I was expecting, you know, I don't know. Maybe I just have bad expectations. But I guess it comes down to that. People, well, there's more than just that. It's also, like, just the idea of my own vision of singing, and I do not fit into good enough in terms of my singing. That's okay. Ain't no thing. In my eyes. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like a handful of, I can't even say a lot of people tell me that I'm pretty good at singing. I appreciate you guys, thank you. But then when I actually do singing things, I do covers, I do like karaoke streams. I sing with other people. I do karaoke's with them and stuff. I don't know. It's something that's really hard to notice if you're not looking for it, I guess. But because I'm the person that it's affecting, I definitely see it. I could definitely see when, people say one thing, but then they kind of, like, don't really show it beyond just their words. And words are very, very easy. Words are so easy to say. I could say whatever, right? It really comes, it's like actions. I'm a very action person. And I can see it in people's actions about whether their words are what they say. And of course, I'm not offended if people really don't like how I sound or anything. But I guess you also don't, not you, Poe, but in general, people don't have to say that I'm good at singing if they didn't believe it. That kind of thing. Thank you, Marine Boy. I've done karaoke streams before. They're fun. Again, I gotta get into the mindset that karaoke streams are fun. And that's it. I don't need to sound good to do karaoke. Thank you, Poe. I appreciate you. I do appreciate the words. I do appreciate when people say I sound good. It's me. Hey, I mean, we all kind of feel that way. I guess we can't say we all, but I know someone else who feels that way as well. And I know this person is such a good singer. They are such a good singer. But every time they do a karaoke event, no one shows up. And that probably has more or less to do with timing and, you know, maybe people didn't know that there was a karaoke event, or, you know, they didn't have the chance to come by because they were busy. But it's like, imagine being told, no, this isn't for me, this is for my friend. Imagine being told that you're really great at singing and people are so excited for a karaoke stream because they want to hear you sing, and then no one shows up, and you're like, damn. It's like, damn. It's like that kind of thing. That's what I mean when I say, like, actions. It's not even that you guys have to, like, be, like, I don't know, over the top about anything. It's just, I don't know. That's an example, but luckily I am very fortunate. Thank you guys for always supporting me. That hasn't happened, but it's sad when people say, you know, one thing, but they don't, you know, I don't know. I don't know whether they mean it, or maybe it's just, again, probably just the bad timing thing. Happened to you? Yeah. It's sad. A lot of people, like, don't get me wrong, people support other people, but sometimes words are just words, and that's just that. Like, words are nice. They are. It means a lot when people say, you know, your art looks great, you know, your singing is great, I really enjoy yada yada blah blah blah. Like, that's very kind. People don't even have to go out of their way to say that stuff, and they do, and it's very kind. But yeah. Yeah. I could tell my friend not to take it to heart, but I think they already have. They don't do karaoke as much either. And they're a wonderful singer. I've tried asking them to do cover songs too. They're considering it, so we're almost there. We're almost through to them. Hopefully. But then it comes down to, okay, so if they put out this cover song and then no one supports it, like, you know what I mean? It's like, if they put out all this work and money that goes in, like, all the mixing, the artwork, however they decide, the video editing, all of that goes into a cover song. And I think what they're scared of is they put this out and then it's gone. Like, they didn't have to do that. They could have worked on other things. I don't know. I can't convince, like, if that were to happen, I could never convince them again to put out a cover song, because I can only support it by myself so long, right? And then it's not just me though. I don't know how to help after that point, you know? I don't know what I did with the strand. Let me get rid of that. There we go. My first foray? What is a foray? Into starting woodworking business fizzled because people said they'd... Oh, that's a big thing. Oh my gosh. Like, again, I completely understand if you don't have the money for something, if you don't have the time for something, I get it. I get it. I just don't like... This goes with... I'll go... Oh my gosh. I could, like... I could go off. It's something... Again, it's something that people don't really see very often. Unless it's, like, happening to you. Or, you know... Or you're directly looking for it. But the amount of times people have said they were going to buy something... And then they don't... Like, again, I get it. Life happens. But the amount of times that it happens... It's like... I can tell that it's people who really want to support you by saying this would be really cool, but they don't want to buy it. And that's fine. But if that's the case, say that. Say, this is a really cool item. I think this will do well, but I cannot afford this. Like, because let me tell you how much time and, you know, money goes into some of these things. And then, you know, like, I feel that, man, bear. Even something as small as an event. Like, so an event, like we're gonna watch this movie because everyone said they were interested in watching this movie. So vote for what time you want to show up. And then everyone votes for 10 a.m. and 2 people vote for 10 p.m. I don't know. And when 10 a.m. rolls around, because that was the majority of votes, only 2 people show up. Or even 1 person shows up. Oh crap, it's walk time already. Only 1 person shows up to the 10 a.m. But if you had done it at 10 p.m., both of those, all the people that voted, which is only 2, all those people would have showed up. I don't know. It's like that. That's like a smaller version rather than using the money. It's like a time thing. I don't know. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Yeah, I think it's a big communication thing. I wish people would just say... Like, okay, again, I get it if you had the money and then something came up between the time you said you had the money and then now you don't have the money. But let's say that was like... yesterday. What if you said, I want to buy this plushie? And so people are they start manufacturing this plushie. And then it comes like the next day, literally one day. And they're like, okay, here, I made the plushie. Now who's going to buy it? And then you're like, oh, sorry, I can't buy it. Like, I guess it's definitely not impossible that something came up within the last 24 hours. But typically when people ask that and then when they actually go out, it's usually like a month or so in between. And things happen. I get that. But every single time things happen. That's the weird part is that like you could do this 20 times and 20 times something's going to come up, you know? Crazy. Yeah, and for the record, to everyone who thinks financially is the only way to support someone, it is not. There are so many ways to support someone non-financially. Like, if you really want to help someone, but you can't afford something, there's so many other ways to do it. Like, just spreading the word is such a big... Word of mouth is the #1 way to advertise. And I don't know if advertise is the right word, but technically, yes. Because if your friend tells you that this thing is cool, and you've been looking into it, you're probably going to get it. You're probably going to do it, or whatever it is. Because your friend was like, yeah, this is really cool. You should try it out. You should check it out, or whatever. But if you're just like, if you do your own research, you still might do it. That's fine. You still might buy it, whatever. But if a friend's telling you that it's good, and you were already thinking about it, you're probably gonna do it. More so than not. It really depends. But, you know, generally. So, word of mouth is such a good, and it's free! Word of mouth is free! That's the best part. It's such a big, like, people underestimate it, but it's such a big thing that you could do to help someone. Word of mouth. Telling them about, like, check out these streams, check out this person's art, check out their commissions, all these different things. Word of mouth helps so much, and it is free. So, but yeah, there's a lot of times where people will say they'll do something or say something. Again, words are powerful, and they do mean a lot. But at the end of the day, they are kind of only words. It's the actions that also... The actions are what really builds the words up, you know? You say something really nice, that's wonderful, but once your actions show those words are what you really mean, then it's like, wow, this person's genuine, this person's, such, you know, that kind of stuff. You tried doing YSDA? Oh, the song. I thought you meant going to the place. It does. It does hurt. Let's go. Thank you, Mika. All right, I'm gonna go for a walk. I'm probably gonna bump it up back to 20 minutes, but before that, wait. Can we try something new today? Can we try something new? I haven't tried it yet. I got 'em. I'd have to make like a button for it, so I don't have a button for it right now. I want to try something new. I've never done this before, ever. I'd never even really watched anyone do it. Oh no. It's full screen. There we go. I like full screen when it's on the correct monitor. Oh, you guys can see it. You can't hear it though. Yeah, look what I got. Guess what? There's this thing called a Steam Summer Sale. And this game, it's like $2 and it went on sale for like $1.50 or $1.20. I was like, I can finally buy this game. Finally, it's mine. So I got the game. It's official. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy. What is multi? Oh, I think it's okay. Let me just do single player. All right, I've never played this before. I've never ever played this, so let's go here. I don't know what this is. Yeah. Purple. Ducks. I wanted to try it. It's new. Crossing figures. I will set it up, Poe. At the end of the day, I know I'm just complaining to complain, let's be honest. I will set up karaoke at some point. That's going to happen. But yeah, don't mind me if right after the karaoke event, I'm like, ugh, I don't want to do karaoke anymore. It happens, and then it goes away. All right. I don't know how this works. Do I just leave it here? Have a good one, Oz. Wait, Oz, you were here? Have a good one, Oz. I don't know how this works. I think we just sit it there and you guys there's just ducks. Oh, it makes little quacky sounds. And at the top right corner, you can kind of see it, but it's covered up by my overlay a little bit. There's like a little thing that's filling up. Does that mean more ducks come after it fills up? I wonder. You've been here the whole time. Oh, I thought you were working. All right, Oz, I hope you have a great rest of your day. I'm gonna go for a walk. This is just to see what this is like. So we're testing something new. Thank you guys for testing with me. But yeah, we'll probably go back to words on stream. I don't know. Maybe we'll like this though. I don't know. So cute. I kind of want to see what happens when the duck fills up real quick. Cause it's already above halfway. You got stung? No. Wait, by bees? I've never, knock on wood, bug spray up. Honestly, you know, that's not a bad idea. Bugs, bro. I can't. Hold on, the duck meter is almost filled up. Sweat bees, I believe. So what is a sweat bee? A bee that goes for your sweat. All right. Oh, it's almost full. It's almost full. I want to see if it makes another ducky. Really? I didn't know there were bees that go for your sweat. Ew, why? All right. The ducky is full. Wait, it's just about... Okay. Wait, another ducky's coming. Do you see it? Another ducky. How do I... Oh. Oh. I should have read the controls. There's controls. Oh, okay. So you guys can enjoy looking at this while I go. Yeah, while I go for a walk. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit. Originally, for the record, this was supposed to be for when I have to work on NDA stuff, but you guys can't look at my art, so you would look at this instead. But I just wanted to test it out, so thank you for testing it with me. Okay, I'll be back. Alright, I am back. Uh, Well, on the bright side, I can go straight into doing art as soon as the timer's done. But yeah, I think it's fun. I think this is nice to have when I have NDA work to do. Which happens, I actually have an NDA project I've been working on off stream. But maybe not a BRB thing. I think the words on stream is still superior for BRB. Granted, I would love to find if there were other games similar to words on stream, but just different things for people to do. Oh crap. I just want to look at the duck. I like that it has music. Alright, let's go. I gotta... Wait, you can save this? Whoa, okay. Like, why do you need to save it? But... You can name them? We should name them. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna name it after you guys. Not right now, though. Oh! Look at them all. Look at all the duckies! So many duckies! Wait, another duck is about to spawn. Let me let it spawn. Okay. It's coming. Oh, it's a wooden duck! That one's gonna be Man Bear. It is pretty genius. I just wish they had more types of games. Like, hey, if I could configure it, I could put on, like, one of those games where you type up and down and it moves you, like the Pokemon one. Alright, let's get out of here. I have a duck named after me. Little duckies! They're so cute! Oh, duckies. Oh, them gotta be named lactating platypus? Wait, lactating why? What the heck? Sick Ripper, I saw your thing in the Discord, by the way. Really cool. Huh. Alright, so now we gotta get, now that the hair's done. Hold on, let me get rid of everything else. We gotta do the body. What you doing to me, baby? I'm telling you, Dua Lipa is such a vibe. Oh. I feel bad because you don't see any of this. It's all behind a hair. You saw that once? Now it's in your brain forever? They got ya. They got ya. Free real estate. You do it to me, baby. A duck? Perry the duck, ducky platypus. I don't know how to do his voice. Iconic. Yes. Dua Lipa's so great. I don't know what it is. It's something about her voice and something about the music that she, like the genre that she typically sings in. It's so nice. Look at all the stuff that's behind her hair. You don't even get to see it. Crying. Oh gosh. Who did that? What? Do you want me to stretch? Hi, Zero. Here, I'll stretch right. Oh. Oh, my neck. Ugh, stretching. And I will drink. This will be my last sip of Rogue Energy. Yeah. I have no idea what that sound was. Hi, Zero. I hope today's going well for you. We're just moving today. We're grooving, vibing. I just got back from... It was kind of a walk, but not really. I walked outside. I walked around a little bit, but I didn't walk nearly as long or as far as I normally do. And then I came back, and then I just sat in my driveway for a little bit. And then I came back inside. I don't know why. Today I wasn't really feeling it today. So I didn't walk very far. At least I went outside, I guess, but I'd rather walk. But today was like a just sit down, chillax. Tried to play Apex, did you win? Ayo. Oh, it's that song with the French exit. It looks so odd, I'm not gonna lie, because you can't see the rest of the body. It looks really odd that the shoulder is like, that makes me sad. Because it's like she's like leaning against the wall, so her shoulder's up, and the other one's just down. But now, it looks kind of weird. I guess I should add the wall as well, but... Wait, what? There. Ain't no thing, though. That's fine. Right? Right, sweetie? Oh. Something about it. My back. I like to pop. Is that the right word? Pop my back. I've learned the other day that not everyone can pop their back or crack their back or whatever. I did not know. I thought everyone could do that. my goodness, what happened? What have I done? Crack it, stretch it, pop it. I can do it all except have a straight spine. No! Wait, you don't want a... No, you don't want a straight spine. Straight spines are... bad. Alright, Dua Lipa. Because they have to have, like, that natural curve to them. Never know. Ooh, a lot of things. You can pop your chest, which gives you clear advantage over other mortals. You mean your sternum? That is like, when that pops, I can't do it on command, but when that pops, it's like, whoa, I can breathe, I can fight. It's crazy. That'd be totally straight. Totally straight. Can you imagine? That'd be like reverse scoliosis, but it'd still be bad. But it'd be like, wait, your back's not supposed to be that straight. What happened? I have quite the scoliosis. Yeah. I had scoliosis when I was little. I don't have it anymore. Well, I probably don't have it anymore. I had to wear a back brace when I was in, like, middle school and everything. Wild. I feel so bad. For you, sweetie. Scoliosis is not fun. It's not a joke! Scoliosis sucks. Dang, look at all these. But side to side it's supposed to be straight, no? Side to side, yeah. Wait, your back? Yes. Like your back, if you're looking at your back literally from the back, it should look something like this. Like, if I could draw a straight line. But if you're looking at it from the side, it should be like this or something. But yes, like, your back should not look like this. If you're looking at it from the back or from the front. That's when it sucks. Or when it's really bad. You do back and ab exercise to compensate? Let's go. Alright, I think I got all the colors. Really long hair. I guess I'm gonna start shading it now too. I did not think, I thought I was gonna do lining and shading tomorrow. Now granted I still have to do all the background, but that's for another day's problem. Do you have a place where one can find all the art of your OCs before I vote? Yeah! If you check out... Oh, no. I don't think that'll work. Okay, I'm gonna make that into a command, because I have had that question asked before, so I'm going to do it now. So we have a thing called Toy House. And Toy House basically has all my OCs over there. Now granted, they have the shared OCs and they have the regular OCs, so I'll just tag the shared OCs, because that's typically what people mean when they want to see the OCs. Let's see, characters. Oh, commands, add Toy House. Or maybe I should name it OC instead. Check out our shared academy. Shared academy OC basically means it's an OC that's shared between me and one other person, and it's an OC for the academy, which is where the whole lore thing that we had going on. OC. Alright. Oh, wait, what? Wow! Who would have thought that I already made the command? That's crazy! That's insane! So if you look at that list, it'll have most of them. And if it doesn't, if you look at the top, there should be a back button. Of the top right. Above where some of those the character banner is, it'll say back. If you click on that, it'll show you some of the other OCs. That's no worries, sweetie. I was like, wait, I didn't know I already had the command. That works perfectly. I gotta remember that it exists now. You know what my dad got the other day? Speaking of drinking, no. Beef jerky. But this specific beef jerky is alcoholic. So it's alcoholic beef jerky. Your guess is as good as mine as to how that works, but I guess you just make it in alcohol, but get drunk off beef. It sounds awesome, but honestly, it's not very strong at all, and you do not taste it at all. It honestly just tastes like sweet. You know, honey smoked? Or like, wait, no, that's not what it's called. Is it honey smoked? Beef jerky, it tastes like that, to be honest. Ah, poop. There we go. Oh no! Yeah, there's a lot of lore. There's a lot of lore over there. Play a horror game. I haven't played a horror game in a while. Like a good horror game. I don't want to play like Jump Scare Mania or freaking, I'm gonna be chased by this thing the whole game, and ooh, that's so scary, you know? I want like a good psychological horror. I wish I could give you guys an example. Like, Layers of Fear was pretty good. Because it's like, it gave you this creepy atmospheric... No, I think there were some jump scares, but... Jump scares aren't necessarily bad, as long as it's not the whole... This is the only reason this game is scary, is because of jump scares. Because then it's like, eh. Jump scares... To this day, I will die on this hill. Jump scares are not scary, they are startling. They're not actually inherently scary. They just startle you with loud sounds or lots of lights and weird stuff. Yeah. Which, again, that's not to say it's not good to ever put into a scary game. Like, I get it. I get it. But if that's all you have in your horror game, I don't know. Soma is excellent. I heard about Soma. If you want to try it and regret your choices for weeks, oh no. I think I heard about Soma. Is that the one about the robot? Like a robot thingy or something? Is that on my wish list or do I have that one? I actually don't know. Because I was looking through, of course, summer sale. I was looking through my wish list to see all the games that were on sale. And either that one I saw on there or No, I own Soma. I actually own that one. I'm looking at it right now. Oh, this is an underwater one? Oh no. But yeah, stuff like that, that's like... Again, if it has a jump scare, a few, it's not the worst at all. But something that definitely relies on much more than just jump scares. I want to play a good game like that. Especially in VR, but I think that would be really cool, really fun. Voidness has a unique take on how you see the game. Is it hunted like it's constantly chase scenes and stuff? Like you're constantly running away? I want to feel creeped out by an amazing story, not just startled. Right. You play horror? I used to play nothing but horror. Well, that's not true. Not nothing but horror, but I used to play a lot of horror games outside of Halloween and everything. But ever since we started freaking Persona, and since I only stream there basically once a week, if I stream there, like this weekend we're not streaming because Mike's just coming over, and so I want to hang out with him. And you guys already know Persona is a long game. It's gonna take me a while to finish it. But I'll probably play, one day, I'll play a game that's not Persona. Maybe when Halloween does come around, I'll do some horror games instead of just Persona. And then we'll go back to Persona afterwards. But like I said, I really want to play a good horror game. Extra points if it's in VR. I would love to play a VR horror game. Especially to do it on stream so I can watch back and be like, wow, I'm a coward. I love it. Horror is your favorite? I used to do horror all the time. It was great. It was great. Oh, crap. Sorry, I stepped out. It's the one about surviving underwater and questioning your philosophy of life when you're scared for your life. Oh. Oh, no. No, you can hide, and really, the thing coming after you is pretty easy to avoid, but it's all happening while basically blind. Is that the one with the... Because I know there's another one. I don't know if it's the one you're talking about, but there's another one where there's you play as a woman, and she's literally blind, and all you see is, like, colors, kind of. Not even. It's more like you could see the vibrations of stuff or the sounds of stuff. And I saw that. That was on my wish list for a while, and I actually recently took it off my wish list. Because I was like, I don't know if I would actually ever have time to play. I took a lot. Oh my gosh. ever since the Steam sale came out, and I looked through my wish list, I had things on my wish list from 2016, say 2015, 2016, which is not inherently impressive or bad or anything, but I had over 500 games on my wish list. And I was like, am I going to play any of these games from all these years ago that I put on my wish list because I wanted to play back then, but now my taste in, oh, my alarm's going off. My taste in games have changed, you know? I might have just put it on my wish list because I wanted to play it with someone else at the time, but now I either don't talk to them or it's not something that I would find myself playing, or I just straight up just don't have the time for most of this stuff. I don't know why I had so many games on my wish list, but I took them. I'm down to 170. I'm still trying to take more games off. But I took off like 300 games from my wish list. Ugh. Oh, Little Nightmares was so fun. Yes, I want Little Nightmares 2. That's a good game. I'm glad that it's related to that. Wasteland. Hoarding all the... Yeah, I had so many wishlist items. Wasteland, thank you so much for the club biddies. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, it was, I had too many. I'm glad I've knocked it down. A tad slow depending on your mood. That's also fair. I never... Sniffle. I never played Soma, but it is on my wish list still. No, it's not on my wish list. It's actually, I own it. I just never played it. Which is why I took 300 games off my wish list, is because I realized, why do I have these on my wish list if I'm just not gonna play them, you know? So I had to remove them. The character's not blind. You're in the dark for most of the game. And then the flat. Oh, okay, Techno. It's different game. Different game. Yeah, there's a game where you actually play as someone who is blind, and I'm pretty sure you get chased in it. Hi, Fasani. That's her. I'll give you a shout out one sec. How you doing today, Fasani? Yahoo!
Hello, my name is Fasani. I'm a family-friendly gem golem VTuber. I do lots of art streams, make my own models, and do random games from comfy, horror, retro, shooter, you name it. I hope you come on by. And also, this person is also super awesome in Pog, and you should totally go check them out.
Thank you. Yeah, we're working super hard. We finished today, my only plan was to finish the sketch for this. That's it. And so far, we've done sketch, line, color for this. I did the background sketch, and I finished another drawing that someone had redeemed. Hi, Isaac! I played Amnesia, but there's so many... You get chased a lot, and I got scared. Like I said, I'm not a huge fan of chasing. Now, chasing is perfectly fine to put into a horror game, but I get so unnerved by chasing. You just woke up and you don't have energy? You know what it sounds like, Fasani? It sounds like you need some rogue energy. Sorry. Why? Yeah, we're talking about horror games. I mentioned that I really want to play a horror game, but I just don't have the time. Don't have the time. What? Yo! Thank you. Hi, Isaac. I'm so proud. Thank you, Wasteland. How do you find time for video games? Wait, what? Who said that? Oh, you want to know how I find time to play things like Persona? So there's this thing that people do. It's called subscribing. And every time we get 25 new subs, whether that's gifted or just like someone resubbing and stuff, even through Prime, it counts. They all count towards me playing video games. And when we hit 25, I play Persona. Or in general, I play video games. It's on my other channel, though. And that's how I find time. Because I get paid for it. Ow. You like being chased? Lets me know they want me. Aw, that is definitely one way to look at it. You know what's another good game that I like that I saw recently? What was that one game called? It was called Platform 8, and then the other one that's like Platform 8, but about the train. Games like that are fun as well. Tell you more about Rogue Energy? Well, did you know that today, if you want to try out some Rogue Energy, which is what I drank at the beginning of the stream, you can get 20% off your next order. And they have a bunch of different flavors, like fruit. Ow. Exit 8. Oh yeah, that's right. Exit 8 and Platform. Okay, so Exit 8 was the first one. Yeah, those games are fun. Yeah, those games are like fun. Although I wouldn't consider that a horror game, though. I'll be honest. Aww. Uses your mic. Oh my gosh, I love games like that too. That's been like a new wave of horror games coming out lately where they utilize. It's not a new concept, but just a new wave of video games coming out where they utilize your microphone. And like if you're too loud, something will hear you and it'll chase after you, or that other one, whatever it was called, where if you're too loud at all, it'll just kill you. Like I said, not a new concept, just a new wave coming out lately, like last year and stuff. What's your favorite Resident Evil though? Oh goodness. I'm a little biased. My favorite Resident Evil is probably 5 or 6 because it was multiplayer and I played it a little bit. I didn't even play through the whole game. They're not even the best ones either. It's just because they're multiplayer. Like I said, I'm a little biased. But I really did like the concept of the new ones. I like the two new Resident Evils where they're more horror than they are thriller or adventure or whatever. I don't even know what Resident Evil was before. It was not horror though. I like the concept of it now. Not that I didn't before, but oh my gosh, Silent Hill games, another good one. Stuff like that. Except you get chased, so that sucks, but it is what it is. Library, welcome in. We're talking about video games, horror games to be specific, and wanting to play video games but having no time because we're doing art. And we're working on a back piece right now. I almost said something else. A back piece of art today. We're doing a commission. Yeah. Right now I'm filling in the shading with green because I can see the color green, and then when I finish, I'm gonna change it to a different color that matches the actual colors. Otherwise I wouldn't be able to see it without the green. Ugh. Thank you, Tech. I'll check it out in a bit. Should make a short ad whenever someone... Wait, an ad for what, Rekko? Oh, do you mean for Rogue? Not a bad idea. Yeah. Mortuary's Assistant. I heard about that. I think that's one of the ones I took off my wish list as well. Mainly because I don't know when I'm going to find the time to play it. But I heard it's a really good horror one as well. I want to play a horror game in VR. Kind of action. Yeah, exactly, Isaac. Resident Evil 6 is really good co-op. Yeah, I think it's the co-op aspect that really hits. Whether the story or not is not the best compared to the other ones. The fact that you get to play with other people, I don't know. I really like that. Oh my gosh. Oh, hello? It's my dad. Co-op horror games are my favorite. Thank you. My dad got me trail mix. It's not Avalanche. What's the name of the mountain? Not the Rocky Mountains, but the other one. Help. It starts with an A. It's that type of trail mix. Working on a back. That's right. Normal back. Normal back things, Recco. I don't even think you would know. Never mind. Yeah, Appalachian. That's the one. Appalachian trail mix. Oh my gosh, Isaac. Those are my favorite. Chilla's Arts games are my favorite horror games right now. Not the ones, they have two different genres. They have the psychological horror ones, and then they have the ones that you get chased. And I don't care so much for the ones where, you know, the ones where if you die, you have to start all over. I don't really care so much for those. But, like, the radio tower, oh my god, the one that everyone knows, the convenience store, all those types of games, my favorite. Right now, those are my favorite. No spoilers though, because I haven't played through karaoke. I haven't played through, there's like 3 or 4 of them that I haven't played through yet. Because I have no time. But those are by far my favorite. I get scared easily, to be fair. But I like playing scary games. I don't know why. You don't know any good VR horror? Okay, so the first one I would suggest, because it's free to play, it really depends because it's maps made by people, but never knock VR Chat. VR Chat has some of the, like, extremely talented, super unique ideas. They're all made by other people. So yeah, some of them are not the greatest, but some of them, I would never knock VR Chat because of how good some of those maps are. And that includes horror VR. But let me tell you about Luxarion World, which is like basically jumping into Final Fantasy, but in real life because you're wearing your VR set. Oh my god. Anyway. Holy crap. But no, VR Chat, especially because it's free, definitely check it out sometime if you have VR. That has some really good horror VRs. But other than that, I played a handful of really good horror VR. There was this one that I played recently. They have an SCP that's in VR. Oh my gosh, the SCP. Oh, that one's beautiful. I played Five Nights at Freddy's in VR. I wanted to cry. You look at the animatronics in when you just play Five Nights at Freddy's and you're like, okay, these are pretty freaky, but you know, they're not that bad. When you see it in VR, I kid you not, those things are like 9 feet tall. So imagine you're sitting there and I'm 5'5", right? So I have to crack my neck to look upwards at these freaking animatronics. And I'm like, are you kidding? This is what's coming after me? Like, you look at it in the game and it's like, it's whatever because it's just, you know, but when it's in VR, it's like, I didn't think they were that big. Even if you did think it was that big, like, I've never seen a 9-foot person in real life. I can't even imagine, like, that's like close to is that not like a, how big is a, hold on. How big is a story? One story, like one floor. It's like 12 feet, right? How big is one floor? I don't know if that's even how I word that. Oh, it's 14 feet in general. It's about 14 feet in general. So from the floor to the ceiling. So like, I don't know. It's really hard for me to just sit here and imagine freaking 9 feet. It might not be as big as my roof, but it still towers me. I don't know, it's very scary. Maybe it wasn't 9 feet. I'm pretty sure they were 9 feet, but at least I thought I read it somewhere. And VR is crazy. They are so tall. They are so tall. Right, it is mostly jump scares. It's true. Now, if you want a really good horror, if you're talking about a really good horror that involves no jump scares in VR, hold on. I'll tell you in like 30 seconds. I'll tell you what I've played, and I'll try to remember, because I haven't really played games in a while. I used to play games all the time. Then when I started working full-time, you know, doing art, I don't have time. You would think it would be the opposite. You would think, oh yeah, of course you have the time to play games now because you work from home, you make your own schedule, you're just kind of doing art. Instead of like going out, driving 3 hours a day and working in a lab, which is what I used to do. You would think I have the time for these things. Let me tell you how that's a lie though. Depends how you schedule yourself. Yes and no. Have I shown you guys? Hold on. I don't think I can show you guys my schedule. Let me see. Let me look at my schedule and see if I can even show you guys my schedule, because it does have some sensitive information on it. Let me see if this week. I know next week has sensitive information. I don't think this week does though. Let me double check. Alright, I'll show you. This is my schedule for this week. This week alone. This doesn't count the rest of July. Check this out. And then I'll look up the horror VRs that I've played. So yeah, this is my schedule. This goes from... This top one is 6 a.m. So this is 6 a.m. I plan on taking a holiday on Thursday. Holiday is a cute word to say that I'm gonna work until Maestro comes over. And it goes all the way down, this line down here. This is midnight. This is midnight. So this is from 6 a.m. to midnight, basically. This is my whole day. Everything that's in yellow is art related, commissions and stuff. Everything in pink is related to any kind of content creation, so planning out stuff. So for example, editing my Bean Boy model for next week, planning out the walking stream for next week, doing some art fight stuff that I had to shove in there from 8 to 10 p.m. I'm gonna cry. And everything that's in blue is personal related, I guess. Like I went grocery shopping today, so I had to write that in there. Originally, that was not grocery shopping. It was something else, and I had to cancel that because I went grocery shopping. When I'm supposed to be eating, I had to move around my times of eating. I'm supposed to have a holiday. I'm supposed to have a holiday. Clearly, it's a holiday. We'll see if that changes. Everything that's in purple, you can't really tell the purple from the pink. They're really close, but everything that's in purple is when I'm supposed to be streaming. And so, this is everything. If I go through it, making my announcements, working on some commission work, playing Persona 5 because that was part of our stream, working on commission work, setting up the roleplay, working on commission work until midnight. I worked on that till midnight on Sunday. Scheduling stuff, eating, which I don't even remember if that happened. More scheduling stuff, especially for the art event. Working on commission work, eating, stream, eating. And then this, look, I did rest. I do rest every now and then. I rest for an hour and 45 minutes because I'm lazy. Commission work. And then today, I worked on some stuff for the charity stream next week. I went grocery shopping. Again, originally that wasn't even on my agenda. I was supposed to do something else, but I'll have to try. Honestly, because I had to cancel this, I'm probably gonna have to put it somewhere like at the end of tomorrow or tonight sometime. I'm gonna have to edit one of these things and change it. Oh crap, look, I'm already overtime. I'm already working. I'm streaming overtime. I'm supposed to end at 5 o'clock. That didn't happen. And then I get to plan out my walking stream for tomorrow. I want to attempt to do an art fight. Maybe I'll take out the art fight and I'll change that for the commission work. And then I have to do more commission work until midnight. And then tomorrow, scheduling at 6:30 in the morning. Because I wake up at 6 a.m. I get to schedule stuff, eat breakfast, work on editing, do the Twitch stream, eat, edit this Bean Boy model. I get to end at 10 p.m. 6 a.m. or 6:30 to 10 p.m. is when I finally get to end my work day. Tomorrow, or Thursday, I'm supposed to take the whole day off. I'm supposed to. Saying that 3 times, like, hopefully it comes true, like Beetlejuice. And then Friday, I don't even stream on Fridays. I don't stream on Fridays, but look at my Friday. I work on commission work. I'm working on Buff's Belly for 4 hours, trying to make sure it works. More working on Buff's Belly, because I know it's going to take me a long time to figure out how to do that. And then we're working on more scheduling. And then this is Saturday. This is Saturday. I'm supposed to take the whole weekend off because Maestro's coming over. But while Maestro's sleeping, I'm gonna work on more commission work. When we have our weekly work together. And then I want to do more art fight maybe, but this one will probably get deleted as well. We'll see. But this is my whole week. This is my whole week. So far, and I don't even want to show you guys next week. Because next week's the charity event. Oh my gosh. But that's essentially... What was the whole point of that rant? Oh yeah, you said depends on you schedule yourself? It's true. But look how much I do off stream. Look, this is the only time I stream in this schedule. If I highlight this in purple, this is when you guys see me. This is what you guys see. And this is, I'm even not streaming Thursday. Normally, I stream on Thursdays. So I would normally have this blocked off too. This is all you guys see. Out of everything that I do, this is the only time you guys see me on stream. And maybe if you guys come to the work togethers, because we do it once a week, maybe you'd see me here too. Because when we work together, I stream my screen over there. That's it. That's all you guys see though. Look at all this work I do outside of stream. Here, you know what? I'll even include the Thursday. Let's pretend. Let's pretend that I'm streaming this Thursday. I'm not, but like the typical week I stream on Thursday. This is how much you guys see me from 6 a.m. until midnight compared to everything that I actually do. This is when I say I don't have time, I really hope someone believes me. Could I afford to shove time in there? I probably could. Like I could honestly, if I really, really, really wanted to game. When do I end this? 10 p.m.? I could game from 10 to midnight. That's not to say I couldn't do that. And again, I wanted to keep these days clear because Maestro's coming over, so I really don't want to work while he's here. But I don't, we'll see. Honestly, everything that's on Friday, I planned it that way because I planned for, if this stuff gets canceled, I can move it over somewhere else. Because I want to hang out with Maestro. It's not fair, I don't get to see him. I see him like once every other month or something. So I like to hang out with him, you know, when he's actually here and not freaking work, you know? But probably. See, Thursday, I plan on working until Maestro gets here. Because he's supposed to be here on Thursday. So who knows when that'll be. So, but Thursday gives me a chance. Maybe I can put art fight. Like, if I move this for what got canceled over here, I could move this art fight over above art fight 2. I could start at 7 a.m. I don't normally start at 6 a.m. I wake up at 6 a.m. I can start from 7 a.m. to 9. I can do art fight 1. 9 to 11, I can do art fight 2. It really depends on what time he gets here, but that's just an example of me moving around my schedule too. And I didn't even get to talk about the horror VR. That's okay. Yeah, VR is really cool. Hey, Senior Burrito! Sorry, we're going over my schedule for this week. Sorry, I'm eating the Appalachian trail mix. Yeah, oh my gosh, let me tell you. If organization is a job, sign me up. Because organizing is something I love to do. If art wasn't something that I thought I was good at, which I do, but if it was something I didn't think I was good at, organizing is something I think I'm better at. I love being organized. And this is me spending like one afternoon organizing everything for July. I did not even go in depth with everything because just in case, I didn't want to, it's essentially organizing your time too. I don't want to spend all day putting together a to-do list when I could have spent that day putting together an okay to-do list, but then the rest of the day actually working on other stuff, working on content or commissions or stuff like that. I don't even schedule meals. I schedule meals to remind myself to eat. That's the only reason. I don't actually eat at that exact time. Like, what? I'm supposed to eat breakfast as soon as I wake up at 7. If I wake up at 6, I guess 7:30 is not that bad because it's like an hour and a half after you wake up. I do not eat at 7:30. I eat closer to 10. I'll be completely honest. Like, 9:30 was probably earlier than I normally eat, and today I ate it at 9:30. I just write that in there so I remember to eat. Because I will forget. Because I'm so busy doing everything else. I will absolutely forget. But that's why I have, like, you know, That's why I have it scheduled in there, because it shows up on my phone. This whole thing is linked with my Google Calendar. So it shows up on my phone. Google will send me like a thing like, hey, this is what's coming up to do next. And I'm like, okay. And that's why it's so cool, because then, you know, I know when the next thing's coming and everything. What's up, lazy, bro? I call myself lazy. Did I ever tell you guys? You know the 7 deadly sins, right? Not the anime, but like in general, the seven deadly sins. I have always told myself that the sin that I fall under is sloth, because I'm so lazy. Maestro does not agree with me. He says that if you had to fall under one. Now I understand, not to talk about religion for the record, but I understand that everyone falls under some sort of every single one of them, of some sort, right? But if you had to fall under one specific one, he said that I would probably fall under wrath. And I don't disagree. I don't disagree with him. Here, let's go back. I feel like you often expand your streaming hours a lot. Yeah. Sweetie. I do appreciate it, though. I enjoy showing you guys glimpses into what I do. Especially for anyone who's ever been like, man, I really wanna do that. I really wanna work freelance. I really wanna work as an artist and everything. Sometimes people don't know these things, and I enjoy when I get the chance to actually show you guys a glimpse into what I do. Now, granted, what I do is not what everyone does. I'm not saying it's the best way to do it. I'm not saying, you know, this is the only way to do freelance. Obviously, it's not. That's the best part about freelance, is that you define what you want to do. But I'm just showing you guys what I do, and the things that I have to do, to just, you know, try to stay on top of everything, stay on top of the commissions, setting up all the stuff that I have to do, all the events and stuff that I set up and stuff. God bless Harry, because she basically set up the whole isometric event. All I did was approve things, and I did like 1 or 2 things, and that's like it. Harry did it all. She's a treasure. But yeah, that's a little tidbits. I'm here to help you guys. If this is something that you really want to do, feel free to ask questions too. If you've ever wanted to go into freelance, like, to make it full-time. Now, granted, I say that I'm full-time, but I'm also very fortunate. I'm very fortunate because I have, like, a living situation right now with my dad, that I don't pay rent right now. I pay for other things. I pay my car insurance, I pay my car bill, I pay for phone bill and my dad's phone bill to basically cover the electric bill, is by me paying his phone bill, right? I pay sometimes groceries, like, I pay a little bit, but I don't pay, like, rent. I don't have renter's insurance because I don't have rent. Like, there's a handful of things that I don't pay. I don't pay Netflix. He does that. And I mooch off of his Netflix. Yeah. I pay for Spotify, though, because I'm the one that uses Spotify. But it's stuff like that. Like, I'm very fortunate right now. I'm very fortunate. Which is why I can attempt to make it work. But I used to work 2 or 3 jobs at a time. When I was a full-time student in college, on the summers, when I was off from college, I would work 2 to 3 jobs so that I could make enough money so that, one, I'm happy to say that I am school-free, debt. I am debt-free. School loans, I don't know what is it called? Basically, I don't have any school debt. Nothing. I paid, all of that's gone. I paid that all off. I paid that all off within the first year or 2 of college. Student loans, that's what it was. I could not remember. Yeah, my student loans, I paid that all off within my first year or 2 outside of college because I worked hard. I worked very hard. I slept very little. If you guys are ever concerned about me, let me tell you what it used to be like. Ugh. There were some times I would come home at like 6 a.m. and I would have classes at 8 a.m. And that was just my life back then. I am a lot better now. A lot better now. But it's still big work. It's still a lot of work. So if you guys ever have questions about it, again, it's based off of what I do. I cannot speak for anyone else. It's not the only way to do it, obviously, but I am here to help you guys. I went on like such a rant. Sorry, let me catch back up on chat. Yee, exactly, Rim. I even planned when I play video games. I put that on the planner too. Organization is a job, personal assistant, secretary, even event planner. I would love to be an event planner. I'd love to be a VTuber event planner. Like, I don't know if anyone who does events could... I hate to say it like this. I'm going to say it like this. Sorry to all the VTubers out there. We're all kind of poor. Except for like the 1% that's not. But even then, it's like we're all kind of poor. And I get that. And that's why I would love to be a VTuber event planner, but it's just not going to happen. It's just not going to happen, bro. Let's be honest. Like, because like me, I have a debut coming. I would love to have an event planner to help me. Even though I love planning events, I still need help. I'm only human. But I sure as hell can't afford that. Feels bad, man. So I get that, you know, it's probably not a good market to try to just be a VTuber event planner, right? Ugh. But that would be really cool. You couldn't function with a strict schedule? Oh no, I need the schedule. Otherwise, I don't get everything done. And you guys saw how much I have to get done. If I don't have the schedule to do it all, I would not get as much done. Because I was doing that in the beginning of the year. I was doing it without a schedule. I used to have to-do lists. I stopped using the to-do list. I broke down. I was like not working. I would make maybe a couple sketches a day and that's it. I would just do nothing because I would break down. I would look at my workload and I would say, this is too much. And I would just cry. So I had to change. So I put the schedules to work and they work because it breaks down all my workload. Here, I'm going to start sketching something, speaking of which. It breaks down my workload into something manageable for me. Again, that's not how everyone works, but it's what I needed to actually like work and get things done. Otherwise, I just wasn't getting anything done. Or is it a skill? Yeah, it's shocked I don't get paid for it. I think I just really love being organized. There's something about it. Don't look behind me because my room is not my room is a little messy. Like I have a plate over there and I have like cough drops around my desk in case I need them. Which I don't, but like, my room's not the best example of my organization. I would hate if someone was like, hey, you can have this job if your room is organized. And then I sit there crying. Like, oh. Damn. Alright, we're gonna start the sketch for what Banjo wanted. Which he wanted... I could double check it really quick. But he wanted, I believe, Spelly wearing a secretary suit. Of some sort. Let me open it to make sure. Office Lady Spelly, to be specific. CEO, secretary, random accountant, whatever you fancy. Alright, let's do it. Oh, let me actually, here, you guys can look at this for a little bit. No, better yet. Did I finish anything recently? I've been doing a lot of art, but some of the art that I've been doing is like, oh, you know what, I'll show you guys. Nah. Here, you guys can look at... Winter is currently... No, Winter's so small, though, on the image that I made of her recently. You guys can look at Spelly. Since I'm about to draw Spelly. I need to find a good reference of, like, the outfit and the pose, so I'm going to look that up a little bit while... I'm going to look it up in the background, though. So what's a cool... Anime poses. Pose references. That's all I do. I Google anime pose references. If you guys ever want to know, either that or I just use the templates. Either or. I like them both. Can I commission you to schedule? I would, honestly, Isaac, if you want, Imagine if I put that on my VGen. I will schedule your whole month. Just tell me all the things you need to get done. And I will schedule your whole month for you. As long as you, I mean, after that, you have to stick to the schedule though. I can't help you after that, but imagine, I don't think anyone, like what? Would you guys pay $25 for me to schedule your whole month? So that, like, I could make it loose, I could make it tight. Oh, wait. What the schedule? Ew. You'd fall under envy? That's fair, that's fair. I'm glad you tend to channel it into motivation though, Rim. Sully's a wrath. I fall under wrath because I have this big thing when it comes to grudges. I hold grudges like it's no one's business. I do not let go of like anything. It's sad. And you should. Forgive and forget is the quote, but you know, oops. That's why, that's probably what I would fall under the most. Never anger. No, I don't get super angry. Rim. Hi, Sketchy. Welcome in. Sorry, I was on super rant mode. Super rant mode talking. I'm still trying to catch up on chat while I'm looking for references. Your plan of life is to work as little as possible, so I guess sloth for me. Valid, valid. I will not take that away from you at all. This Pokemon, what? Parasect? Oh, are you talking about the freaking, it used to be a crab and it's not anymore. Yeah, we all got no money. Exactly. Exactly. A VTuber event planner would be cool, but we all know it would not be sustainable. I'd have to go into something else. Something more broad. Honestly, just event planner. But if I do like weddings, I've never done it before. So how do you even get your foot in the door? Someone would have to trust you. Like, oh, I gotta trust this person's gonna do a good job planning this important event, you know? Aw, thank you, Rim. I appreciate it. Student loans are the cheapest? Oh, that's very nice. Until you retire. Oh my goodness, that's great, Poe. Wait, do you have to pay interest at all on that or no? It's like one set. I would, honestly, sweetie, I would love to work corpo in terms of event planning. I don't even have to be the VTuber, like the talent. Although that would be cool too. But event planning for them must be, look, you guys already, it's no secret, I worked with Vsojo. I saw how they do things. I would love to do something like that. To be that person, to contact all the people, to make sure, okay, this needs to be at this time, let me get on this person. Like, I don't want to be mean or anything, but that's something I would love to do. Because I got to watch it in action on the opposite side. Ooh, I like this pose a bit. I might do this one. It's cute. If you could imagine there's a market for it, that's fair, that's fair. Now I just gotta find, now I gotta let the market find me. Or I gotta like put myself somehow in the market. I don't want to repeat history though. I really would pay. Really? If it didn't imply to disclose play. You could always do like, hey, if you give me a thing of to do, and the to do says, I need to shovel snow in the middle of summer. And you know that shoveling snow actually means you need to do something with this client whose last name is similar to Snow. I'm gonna put you down for shoveling. Just tell me how long it's gonna take, and I'll put you down for shoveling snow. I'm not gonna ask questions. That's your own information, your own like remembering these things. But I do want to help. Zenidora, welcome in. Okay, let's see if the raid works, because last time it didn't work. Please. Please work. Oh, it worked. Hello, Raiders. My name is Spelly. I'm your headmistress Switch on Twitch, and I do art and animation like this. Thank you so much for the raid, Zenny. Welcome in. What were you doing? Hello. Hello. Let me see. Were you doing art? Hey, if you want to share your art with us, I would love, love, love to see it. Yes, please. Yes, please. Links are perfectly a-okay. Links are perfectly a-okay. For you. Not for everyone. But yes, I would love to take a sneaky peeky. Heck yeah. I hope you had a great stream though. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in, Noctis Hole. Let's see, we were talking about, oh gosh, organization and schedules and stuff. So I was going on a big rant about all that. But yeah, like, I would be fine with scheduling. Hey, heck, I've never done it paid before. If anyone wants me to schedule their stuff for free just so I can get experience and or, you know, get, basically experience. I don't know how else to word that. Some second synonym for experience. I would not mind. I would not mind, honestly. Jade's Workshop. Thank you so much for becoming a club member here at the clubhouse. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Hi, Catsuffles. Hi, Yarn. Wait, what? Am I traumatizing you with the art? It's a bit spooky. I'm ready. As long as it's not, like, overly sexual or anything. I'm fine with spooky, though. We were actually talking about horror games earlier, so I think that's perfect. Yeah, we were talking about how I don't have enough time in the day to play a horror game, which then led to me talking about schedules and stuff. But yeah. Yeah, let's take a sneaky peeky. You really think so, Rim? You really think so? Isaac. Wedding planning is a literal nightmare? Oh no. You gotta stay on your toes for all the things that could go wrong. That's why you gotta have plans, you gotta have plan Bs, backup plans for plan Bs, plan Cs, plan Zs, plan Es, plan P. No. Plan X. I like that one because, I don't know, that's a cool letter. Although it sounds kind of weird now that I say it out loud. Bo. I'm shoveling snow. Aw. It's just terrifying? Alright, well, it's completely up to you, Zenny. But if you do have to do any post-stream self-care, I completely understand if you have to go eat, sleep, or do what you gotta do. Right now, I was finding a pose reference. And now we're going to be drawing Spelly wearing a office lady. Plan Eep. No, that's not a good plan. No Eep. We're gonna do office lady Spelly. Someone had redeemed me to draw her. So I was like, okay, we can do that. Oh, let me save this real quick. Crap. Where do I normally save this? Sketches. So what is this? This is Banjo's Spelly secretary sketch. Oh, I spelled sketch. Oh, I put an X in there. Oh my goodness. Oh. I can't wait to shovel snow for 3 hours. Like I said, if you ever want me to, I'm here for you, sweetie. And you can cover up anything you want with code words, as long as you know the code words. That's the most important part. As long as you know the code words. I don't need to know what the code words are. I'm just here to plan out and schedule for you. Chat, maybe a plushie of this? Here, let me see. Aww. Oh, what the heck? Sorry, a thing popped up and it was like, hey, you wanna try retro gaming? I'm like, what the heck? Look at this. Look at that nose. This is the first one. We'll look at the second one in a second. Mr. Blobby? Is that the name of it? Was there like a particular reason you made this with chat? Or just you were feeling the groove? Alright, look at the second one. Look at it! Oh, you got a 3D. Oh, this is cute. Give him a Google. Let's see. Mr. Blobby? Mr. Blobby. Oh, wait, a music video? From the British Saturday Night Variety Show. Interesting. Look at it. In the middle of July. Oh no, Isaac, no! He's terrifying. Oh no. Curse the British icon. Welcome in, Sayu. Sayu, do you know who this is? I guess it's not, British is not quite the same thing, but British, it's someone, one of the images says British's biggest mistake. Bro. I'm looking at images of it and they have like legit horror images. Like, I don't even know what this is. I don't want to show it because that's blood though. What is this? What? Aww. No, but I think even if the, oh gosh, even if the subject is terrifying, I think it's coming out pretty well so far. For the model. Yeah, the SoundCloud one. Yeah. I'm like, huh, that's that's interesting. Oh, Pokemon. Hi, Sayu. Me when I have an allergic reaction. Oh no. No. But thank you so much for sharing, and thank you again so much for the raids and me. I appreciate it. If you do, like I said before, if you do have to do any post-stream self-care, completely understand. Otherwise, if you're here with us, we're just sketching. We're just doing a little sketch while we talk about scheduling, life, horror games a little bit. As I struggle, I think I had mentioned to you guys already earlier, but this week is definitely not my week, even last week, not my week for sketching. My week for sketching was like 2 weeks ago, and now I don't even want to sketch. I want to, maybe I will not sketch. Because right now my sketches are kind of wonky. Yeah, no. You're planning on making him a wiggly plushie that you could use as a 3D prop? Ooh! Are you gonna, like, put it into, like, Warudo or something? Or similar things like that? That's exciting. You know what? I feel a little bad. Did I tell you guys that it's so easy to set up and I did not. VTuber SummerSlam actually had Warudo items for throwables and I did not set it up. I kept telling myself to set it up and I didn't. I feel bad. I'm sorry, gang. I did not set it up. Oh, it is cool. I'm excited for it. For the plushie. But yeah, the week does feel kind of blah. That's Warudo. Ah, Zenny, I can't wait to see it. I'm gonna look at it. I'm gonna be like, I know who made this. I know who made this. Is this your first thing uploaded to Warudo, or have you uploaded some more before? Yeah, I'm not really feeling, like, sketchy today. Today's, like, super yikes for me. No. Meh. I do use Warudo. We're in it right now. Heck yeah. It's a lot of fun. It'll be a 3D model, the plushie. Yeah, it was being 3D modeled. The one that Zenny made. I actually added... Wait, did you really? Well, I didn't make the models myself. Oh, no, that's fair. Oh, that's really cool to hear, Zenny. I did not know. I feel bad. I just mentioned they were added to Warudo, and I was like, but I still wound up not using them, and I'm sad. Oh, that's really cool, though. Even if it was just an upload. It helps so much. It did. Because if they... Okay, I'm gonna put it like this. Even if I didn't use them, I don't think I would have used them if they weren't in Warudo, for sure. Like, I wouldn't have even planned to use them. But since they were in Warudo, I was like, okay, I'll just set this up real quick, and then I ran out of time. And then I was beans. The actual beans, bro. Duh. With credits, of course. I think it was really cool, though. Very sweet of you to do, Zeddy. Heck yeah. Sweetie. Yeah, I'm thinking about what the outfit's gonna look like. I like the idea of a pencil skirt. Spelly doesn't normally wear a pencil skirt, so I think it would be a cool offset of her norm. Aw, thank you, sweetie, even for considering. That's very kind. Yeah. Aw, thank you, Zenny. I'm like... That's me right now. I don't know what that is. I want to give her a butt. A little bit of a butt. So I will do that. I will give little butt. There. Even though you won't see it. Well, you might see it more, because if she was wearing a flowy skirt, then you probably wouldn't see it at all. Because it would be behind all this, but... Since she has a pencil skirt, maybe you'll be able to see it a little bit. Oh, thank you. Hi, Professor Nintendo. How you doing today? Hello. Let me take a drink. Drink time. Delicious water. I need to drink more. You know what I should put on my schedule? To drink water, bro. Let me tell you something I don't do. I don't drink enough. Oops. Aw. Yeah, no worries. Thank you again so much for the raid. I hope you have a wonderful rest. Have a good eep. It's eepy time. Oh yeah. Yeah. Doing okay? I've been pretty good. I've been pretty good today. I got a lot done today. Look, I did this whole thing. I started the shading. And then for some reason I stopped. I don't actually know why I jumped to sketching. I guess I felt like sketching today. Even though I... Wait, that's so ironic. I felt like sketching even though I really don't feel like sketching. I don't... Sometimes I gotta question myself, you know? What? Yeah. Survive and take care of basic needs. No. That shouldn't be something you need to schedule, but... I'll be honest, sometimes I forget. It's me, forgetty. Thank you, thank you. I'm glad we got a lot done today. Heck yeah. Oy. Alright. Let's think of what would a Spelly Secretary outfit look like. Oh gosh, my leg. So I personally love off-the-shoulder things, and while off-the-shoulder isn't very professional per se, I still think I'm gonna try to design something that's off-the-shoulder. Because I can. Who did that? Denzetsu! Welcome in! Welcome in! Hello! Hello, Raiders! My name is Spelly. I am your headmistress witch on Twitch. And I do art and ambulations. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. What were you doing today? Hello. Thank you. You doing art? Ah, yes. If you want to share any of your art, please let us know. There's not a link or a permit system though, so just feel free to throw it in there, honestly. But I'd like to take a sneaky peeky. A sneaky peeky. What are you working on today? Were you working on the game? Yeah, I know about that. I was told you were informed. Yes. Very informed. Making environments for the game. Ah, wait. For a different game or for the same one? I don't know why I thought you guys had finished it for some reason. Only the one. Okay, okay. Oh, Professor Nintendo! What the heck? You're so kind! Ah! Thank you! The same one, guys. Yeah, you guys are working on multiple games at the same time and or time to work on the next one. It's exciting though. Haha, finished. Yeah. Don't worry, Asobu. And then it will one day. And then you can sit back and reap the profits? Is that the right word? No, not the penguin. If you guys do not know, Asobu and Den have been working on a video game for a while. But I feel like a lot of people here know. Whee! But whenever you are ready, let's take a sneaky peeky. Let's see. Ooh, okay. This is obviously not my art. This is Den. Look at this. Here, hold on. Move. Spelly's in the way. Look at all that. Hey! I'm gonna zoom in now. Ooh. You said you guys were looking for testers, right? Yes. Yay? Nay? Do you have an idea as for when that's set? Ooh, pretty. You started the open beta. Hey, you guys heard it here? If you guys would like to try out the open beta, ask Den, ask Asobu. Ow, ow. Technically closed, never mind. No, it's just... We more or less let anyone join if you have a PC. Never mind, guys. You didn't hear it here. This is really nice, though. I like it. I like the colors, they pop. Hi, Okumino. Oh, thank you. What? Exactly, Rim. For real. Rim's been working on a game for a long time, too. Rim works on a lot of games, though. I saw Rim finished an Iron Mouse one not too long ago. Actually, how long ago was that? I don't remember. But then, thank you again so much for the raid, and thank you for sharing the art from your game, from the game. I really appreciate it. If you do have to do any post-stream self-care, like eat, sleep, or whatever you gotta do, I completely understand. Otherwise, we're just sketching right now. Meanwhile, I'm like tearing my face apart. I am so sorry. I do not mean to. I'm glad you guys can't see me because my face is coming apart. Dad, thank you so much for becoming a club member here at the clubhouse. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Rimworld. Ah, it was in September? Yeah, that wasn't... Oh, that was almost a year ago. Holy crap, time flies. I'll drink right now. Magical spelly game? I think a spelly game would be a super visual novel. I'm gonna be honest. It'd probably be super visual novel. Or, I would love if it was more like Danganronpa style. Not the murder mystery, but like the 3D AI Somnium files. Huh. That would be so cool! But, yeah. Or a JRPG. Oh my gosh, a JRPG in general! Not Sonic Adventure! Well, as much as I love the graphics. Peak. No, maybe a JRPG, honestly. Considering all the guilds and the quests and everything that she goes through. Oh, I think it would be, either way, yeah. Oh, you did? Wait, do you have the visual novel out, Room? Would it be if it's not a visual novel? Probably an JRPG. Yeah, JRPG, some sort of style, Final Fantasy style. AI Somnium style, I don't know. Something like that would be really cool. Right, I was gonna try to attempt to design a off-the-shoulder secretary outfit, which makes no sense because when I think of secretaries, I think of suits. But basically, what? It's just gotta be a suit without shoulders? Can I do it? I don't know. We're gonna attempt, though, that's for sure. Because Spelly likes to wear a lot of off-the-shoulder things. So I wanted to attempt to... We'll see. Aww. Building your own visual novel engine? The whole engine? Yee. I don't know how you guys do it. I don't know how you guys find the time to do it is another big thing. Because I know you guys have, like, other things to do. So many projects, bro. Shoulder exposure. Welcome in, Sobi. Hello. 18 plus World Crossy Academy? Wait. Oh! Wait, why is it 18 plus? If you want to link it, I'd love to take a sneaky peeky rim sometime. Why is it 18 plus though? You're thinking of a formal vest? Is that what that is? Here, let me see. Formal vest. That's off the shoulder? Well, it still has to have sleeves though. Go. Spelly casting Souls-like. Oh no, not a Souls-like. Ah, Souls-likes are so hard. I don't know how people do it, bro. Maybe it's because I'm not a gamer. Yeah, like a vest, but with sleeves. I guess. I don't know if that makes sense. You're working on your visual novel? Do you think you'll... It's on an indefinite hiatus. Do you think you'll go back to it after everything, Asobu? Shen, have a wonderful lurk. Thank you. Yeah, go for it, Rim. How about the sleeves? So it's an idea that's off the cuff. Wait, but I thought cuffs weren't our cuffs at your... I get it. This is the idea that I have. It's gonna be like a... This is gonna make no sense at all. I don't know why I love... Speaking of cuffs, I love big cuffs. And I cannot lie. Something like this. And then she has like a shirt. She has like her tie. And then she has like the... I don't know. Gosh. Literally, it's just the sleeves... And it's a pencil skirt, too! Oh, man. Should I connect it? Make the whole thing like a dress attire? Well, I don't know if dress is the right word here. I don't know what this is. Secretary Smelly! Yippee! Oh, gosh! really don't need to liquefy this. It'd be a waste of my time. I'm gonna do it anyway. It's because I'm gonna delete this in a second. I don't know. It's really tough to write. Oh. That's fair. The story or in general making the coding for the engine. No, the ads. Have a good one, Dad. You just started drawing? You're day 6? Honestly? We all start somewhere. I mean, today I think I already mentioned. Yeah, I don't know why I like big cuffs. Today I am not having a very good sketchy day. I don't know what it is. Some days I'm through the roof when it comes to sketching. Today is not quite. I don't think this looks bad though. I'll be honest. I don't hate this, but yeah. Oh, but would you look at that? Nah, that's crazy. What? That's insane. Where did that come from? Huh? All right, we'll come back to this. We'll come back to this. I can't do the eyes? Oh. Are you only working on eyes at the moment? Oh crap. I dropped my pen. You just saved my... Hold on, let me save. Let me go over here and save. Ow. Hi, Perky! Ads. Oh, let's go say... We're gonna go say hi to someone. This is... the end. But let's go say hi. Let's go say hi. The cups! Aww. The story was tough to write? You technically finished the engine. Oh, okay, so the engine was easy, but the story was hard. Was it like a personal kind of story idea? You want to be able to draw a face? Also, stream delay's great. Sorry. I'm in the past. Hello for the future. Well, I guess hello for the... I don't even know what to say at that point, because it's not even from the future. It's technically the present for you, the future for me, present for you, and then the past for me when it comes back. That's insanity. But alas... Thank you all for joining today. We'll be live again tomorrow. Tomorrow's actually our last stream this week because Thursday I'm taking off for 4th of July. Mostly because I kind of need some time off. And then you guys can catch me outside. No. You guys can find me again on Monday. Oh, tomorrow. You can see me. Why am I saying that? Tomorrow I'll be live again. You just joined. Hi, Sylvie. We'll see you again tomorrow. No, you see the thing at the bottom left? At the bottom left, there's a timer, and it says 6 out of 6. We have like we do like little Pomo timers. I'm excited that we're gonna finish this sketch. We have a lot of fun stuff to do tomorrow. Now that I gotta actually figure out what to do tomorrow, because we did what I had planned originally to line this whole thing and maybe color it. And look, we're already up to the shading. I just gotta do it. So maybe we'll do background work tomorrow if I'm feeling up for it, and if not, then we'll just sketch and or line something else tomorrow. But alas, oh goodness. Hi, Izzy. Bye, Izzy. Bye, everyone. I'll see you guys. Oh, 5 a.m. Gosh. I'll see you guys again tomorrow. Thank you. Blue.